Hey everyone, how are y'all? Riddler, how are you? Hey Summer, how are you? See if Nightbot is going to be on time tonight. Sandra, how are you? Hey King Scarlet, how are you? Hey Princess Megan, how are you? Hey Jamie, how are you tonight? I broke Nightbot earlier. I can tell you, Summer, I'm going to start ducking his pace as he does not come to work on time. He's always late, slacking constantly. Princess Megan, it's hot here too, girl. I feel bad. Oh, Sandra, thank you. Okay. Hey Che, how are you? Summer, he's always rude over here. Brenna Gator, how are you? All right, y'all don't forget to hit the thumbs up on your way in. Tickle Me Elmo, thank you so much for being a member for 8 months. Musical. He's been off doing something. All right, y'all. I'm just trying to get my stuff pulled up here real quick. Tickle Me Elmo, you doing okay tonight? Hey, Justine, how are you? Did you miss it tonight? So talk plain and laugh loud. Okay, Justine. I hope your vision gets better. Pickle me Elmo. I don't know how hot it is down there where you're at, but up here, good lord, it is like scorching. It is so hot. I can't imagine what Louisiana is going to be like in August. Hey, Sally Mae, how are you? Can't handle the misinformation crap going on. I've been fired up all day. Che, it's getting ridiculous, honestly. And the sad part about it is one channel can put it out and then other channels will grab onto it and put it out themselves and run with it. And they just continue to spread all of this misinformation to more people. Hey, Elliot, how are you? In a woman took down the American flag from a local business, burned it, and erected her own ISIS flag, threatened to cut. Oh, wow. There's supposed to be a hurricane in the Gulf by the 20th? So that's like next Tuesday. Did they say where it's supposed to hit at, Pickle Me Elmo? Megan L., how are you? Hey, Cammy, how are you? Boomer Girl, how are you? Let's debunk it then. I'm ready. Jay, if you want to come up on panel tonight, you're you're more than welcome to. It's getting ridiculous. I mean, it's not a big deal if someone, if a creator out there puts out some information and then they later on learn that what they put out was wrong and they come back and they correct it. Everybody makes mistakes. I get that. But when you're putting stuff out and you're changing words of a PCA and trying to twist it and put your narrative on it, and then I have multiple people coming into my chat asking me if it's true or not. Just imagine how many other chats that are putting out all facts. How many people are going into their chats asking for the same clarification? Let's see. No, not close enough. Just watching the models that show up. Well, Tickle Me Elmo, I hope it don't get anywhere. Hopefully it won't amount to anything and it'll just kind of play out. Summer, I know, girl. When it hits June the 1st, everybody on the Gulf Coast is watching for the hurricanes. Gigi, how are you? Let's see. It's every day. It's not a mistake. No, and King Scarlet, that is true. Um, there are some channels who are just, they will literally jump from one thing to another, and it's all wrong. Mountain Mama, how are you? Lauren Cakes, how are you? There are people spreading rumors about these kids with no facts whatsoever. And I know y'all are probably getting tired of hearing it, but it pisses me off that people will literally say stuff about these kids and not have any proof to back it up. I've got this one person, they were actually in chat last week or the week before that, and they were just spewing all this craziness. And every single day they have sent me an email trying to push their narrative of this whole thing being a drug trafficking ring. They're not only sending this information to me, they're sending it to other creators. And I saw when one of the creators was like, "Where's your proof?" Hey, Katie, how are you? Where's your screenshots? Where's your proof of whatever it is that you're saying? Hey, CJ, how are you? Because you can't just come out and put something out without proof and state that it's a fact. And Gina Marie, how are you? Gigi, you're good enough, huh? Let's see. I appreciate sticking to what is known. Too many channels are going bonkers over Bryan being framed, drugs, dirty cops. CJ, it's getting out of hand, honestly. It really is. Or they'll take a claim of something and they'll turn a claim into a fact or try to push it off as being a fact. Hey, Eric, how are you? And I mean, God, have we seen like how many claims have came out in this case here lately? But there's never anything that of proof that comes along with those claims. And it's the same thing. The lady that they're saying that Bryan went and put the camera in her apartment because someone come in and moved stuff around or whatever. Well, why didn't this lady go? Why didn't she call police? See, welcome back. Why didn't she go call police and make a report on it? That way, if it happened again, then there would have been a report that someone has done this before instead of going allegedly straight to Brian Kohberger and telling him where he can then go and place cameras in her apartment. Um, there's been no proof that this happened. There's been this lady hasn't even came out and spoke about this. Now I've talked about what was said and allegedly what happened according to sources, but it still doesn't make it true. Candy, how are you? I'm back to, I was looking at merch. Welcome back, Summer. And y'all, I promise as soon as I get some time on my hands, I'm going to come up with some more emojis and I am going to add some more merch. Candy, I'm doing good. Thank you. Jen E, how are you? And happy Monday to you as well. Okay, and all the debunk bullshit is coming back around again. The audio just came around again, and that was debunked 4 months ago. Hey, Mary, how are you? Gina Marie, I don't understand what the hell's up with the audio. The audio that the police are claiming that they have from that camera that was, what, less than 50 feet away from the wall of Xana's room, their police are not going to release that audio. Now, I don't know if that's the same surveillance footage that Kaylee's sister has showing what time her and Maddie got home that night, or if it's from a different camera. But if it's the same audio, I don't believe that the Gonzalez family would release it either. So I don't know why people feel the need to make up a fake audio to put it out other than for clicks and views. But it's very disgusting. And these people that are sitting here putting out all of this information that is with no proof, like saying that the girls were dealers or Xana was a dealer or Maddie flushed something down a toilet and all this that, do they not realize that if this is any of that is they're bringing it with no proof, but they're stating it as a fact. What are they going to do when these families sue them for the stuff that they're saying about their deceased kids? What are they going to do whenever they get in trouble for it? What are they going to do, all of these people who are pushing this drug narrative, whenever this goes to court and all the truth comes out and there's no proof of drugs whatsoever that has anything to do with this case? I mean, what are they going to do then? See, I'm over the stupid audio that is being shown and is fake over it. The audio, the last one that came out, sounded like a version. Well, the audio that came out before that one, it sounded like the not the Joseph Morris fake audio, but the second one that came out. That audio sounded like it was put on this last one that came out, along with another audio put on top of it, and it's a very sick and disgusting thing that some of these people out here are doing. Hey Ray, how are you? Let's see. Let's for real. Let's start with here in the 911 call, one thing at a time. I mean, yeah. What is gonna hurt the 911 call? If there's certain stuff that needs to be kept from the public in it, like the person who called. Melissa Moon, how are you? Um, they can bleep that out. Let's see, victim shaming is the entire reason Kay had to step away from YouTube for a little while. Heartbreaking how cruel people can be. It's saying that the owner of the Mad Greek is scary or whatever the words was. The owner is a female. I know, Summer. Just people hear something in y'all. That's why I posted the website last night that has all of the links to every one of the court documents that's ever been put out. Hey, Liz, how are you? It's very easy to go to that website and pull up the PCA. It's listed as affidavit on that website. It's the very first document on the list under Bryan Kohberger's name, and read what the PCA says word for word. Hey, Liz. It is. It's it's very easy to do. Spruce, how are you? Because there are people that has taken this PCA and they're twisting it and they're trying to say stuff that it does not say. Melissa, thank you, and we're happy that you joined us tonight. The Mad Greek rabbit hole goes deep if you have enough tequila. See, a lot of these rabbit holes go super deep. Like super, super deep. And I know there's a business that's behind the Mad Greek. I can't remember what the name of the business is, and the guy, I think he got in some trouble. The guy that owns it was actually the guy that JLR that night was walking behind the Mad Greek through the little alley there and seen him. Uh, I don't know if people are getting him mixed up with being the person that owns the Mad Greek or what. Let's see. The Mad Greek owner being a money launderer is some Greek guy. No, the owner is a woman. His secondhand embarrassment for them sometimes. I mean, King Scarlet, honestly, I'm kind of embarrassed for the subscribers that they're putting all this information out to. Lori and CJ, I saw that this morning. And Gina Marie, it was. I'm not gonna say the channel name, but it happened like a couple of days ago. They were basically reading the PCA, but then would put it out as it's possibly saying something else. Hey, Whisperer, how are you? Prior to that woman owning it, it was another woman and her wife that owned the Mad Greek. Astro, how are you? It's just it goes. It seems like every day or two, there's a new narrative coming out. Summer, yes, and I don't. If it was that type of thing, I don't believe that Dylan and Bethany would have survived it. That's just my opinion. I think that if it would have been some type of hit like that, they're going to go through each one of the rooms in the house to make sure that there's nobody in that house who could have possibly seen them and be a witness. Hey, Petey, how are you? Let's see. What is crazy is I hit the like button and you might get someone video that really made me sad and mad. Really, it was bringing in the step parents and their drug charges. But see, Lori and CJ, people don't. They don't care. They don't care if they hurt the families more than what they're already hurt. Whether it's the bio parents or it's the step parents, it they don't care. they're already hurting bad enough because they've lost a child or a stepchild. Hey, Steph, how are you? Um, they're, you know, they had to lay their kids to rest. They have to listen to all the craziness that's going on social media and the news. Uh, then they got the whole trial thing. They got enough going on without having to hear the craziness is being said about them that's not true. She also pointed out a few facts to another creator laugh out loud, and she deleted what I said to didn't fit her wrong narrative that she still has up, shaking my head. Mary, just some creators don't care. They don't care if they know that they're putting out wrong information. Did you notice Kootenai County prosecutor name is Stanley Mortensen? Yes, Elliot, but he is no kin to Dylan. That was actually brought up a couple of months ago. It was running rampant all over social media that he was uh, Dylan's dad, because there's a picture on some of his social media, and one of the girls on there, people thought that it might have been her. And I even pulled up all of Dylan's family members and all this and that, and that guy's nothing to her. This year, and see, that's usually how it's done. That's why I don't believe this case it's anything like that. I really don't. Danny, how are you? Yeah, Gigi, we all missed you last night. You were just MIA. Small towns, you do get a lot of similar names. Some go way back to families that settled in the town. Doesn't mean, though, because you have the same name, you're related. That is true. All right, so there was two different uh, documents that was released today. I know a lot of people had seen them, didn't really understand what they were saying. I see I was jumped on in a channel for saying that we have made this more about BK's conspiracy theories, views, and murder sensationalism. It needs to be about the four kids and getting justice for them. Not Mama, in the end, that is all that matters. Is that the truth comes out about what really happened and the reason why, although we may never know the motive, and justice for these kids and for the families, because the families need justice just as much as the kids. See, law should provide a safe haven for family members out of the floor. In other cases, I've seen you cover. Thank you, Lori and CJ. All right. I am going to go ahead and throw out the link if anybody wants to come up. You're more than welcome to. And I'm going to go ahead and pull this first document up to go over it real quick. It's not really it's only 2 pages, but all right, so this is the stipulation to temporarily seal the stipulation to remove the evidentiary items for forensic evaluation in order allowing the removal of the evidentiary items for forensic evaluation pending the hearing. That was literally a mouthful. Okay. Can everybody see this okay, or do I need to zoom it in a little bit? Candy, I think the blue toothbrush, I haven't watched the second, and brother, let me bring you up. I haven't watched the second hearing that went on Friday, but apparently, I don't know if there was something brought up about a blue toothbrush, but I did read in an article that they were saying that I guess his defense was saying that people are going to scrutinize him no matter what, all the way down to the type of toothbrush that he uses. So I don't know if the whole blue toothbrush thing was brought up in the hearing or not. Hey, Sima, how are you? And somebody asked where did it go? Summer, I don't know where Big Al is. I haven't talked to him today. I do know yesterday his thumb he had to go get stitches in it because he cut it real bad. So it maybe bothered him and he just is staying off of YouTube tonight. I don't know. Or maybe he'll pop in later on. Riddler, how are you?
Doing just fine. Thank you for having me.
Oh, you're welcome. Hey, Stone Gator, how are you? Um, it's just another crazy day, and I had to rant because it's this speculation bullshit is getting ridiculous here lately. You would how would a blue toothbrush? K-Braz, I don't know. Hey, April, how are you? Like I said, I don't because I didn't watch the second hearing that went on Friday. I don't know if it somehow if she might have brought up just a blue toothbrush being sarcastic or if there is an actual blue toothbrush. I don't know. I haven't had time to watch it. I know it was several hours long. I did watch the first one that day. So I need to like just make time, even if I had to watch like a little bit of it tonight after the live and then some tomorrow to figure out. But I don't know. Let's see, was it the toothbrush is blue or is it a Bluetooth toothbrush that try let's see, I don't know. Hey, Stevie, how are you? Wilby, how are you? Maybe the blue toothbrush with BK's DNA was found in the house. Hmm. Riddler, have you heard anything about a blue toothbrush?
Yes, but I don't know anything about the Bluetooth brush, but I've seen it on other channels.
Okay, because if I may go back and try to find the article where I read about the blue toothbrush today, um, and I'll read that to y'all. But like I said, it's if anybody watched the second hearing Friday and y'all know anything about the blue toothbrush, could y'all please let me know? Okay, Gina Marie, you should be able to figure it out with that. Kohberger's alibi. I was brushing my teeth in a parking lot 50 miles away at 4. Maybe that's where a Bluetooth toothbrush is going to come in and it has this location on it. Who knows? That'll be like the next big thing. A Bluetooth toothbrush is going to be his alibi. All right, let me get through this real quick. And we'll throw the link out again while I'm reading this. If anybody wants to come up and join me in Riddler, y'all are more than welcome to. So it says, comes now the state of Idaho by and through the Latah County prosecuting attorney and the above named defendant by and through his undersigned attorney of record and hereby stipulate pursuant to the Idaho Court Administrative Rule 32G1 and Idaho Code 74-124 for a temporary order sealing the stipulation to remove evidentiary items for forensic evaluation and an order allowing the removal of the evidentiary items for forensic evaluation herein because release or disclosure would 1. Interfere with the enforcement proceedings, 2. Deprive a person of a right to a fair trial or an impartial adjudication. Uh, they put another number 2 here, so that must be a typo. Constitute an unwarranted invasion of personal privacy. 3. Disclose the identity of a confidential source. And or 4. Disclose the investigative techniques and procedures. Once again, where it says disclose the identity of a confidential source, that is just standard legal verbiage. That has been in a lot of these court documents that they have put out. That does not mean that there is a confidential source out there. Sally made this document is stipulation to temporarily seal the stipulation to remove evidentiary items for forensic evaluation and an order allowing the removal of evidentiary items for forensic evaluation pending the hearing. All right, and then it says the undersigned seek this protection pending a hearing on the matter. Wherefore, the parties respectfully pray that the court seal from the public disclosure the stipulation to remove evidentiary items for forensic evaluation and order allowing the removal of the evidentiary items for forensic evaluation herein under the provisions of the Idaho Court Administrative Rule 32G1 and the Idaho Code 74124. And both William Thompson Jr. and Ann Taylor both signed this on June the 9th, so this past Friday. Yes, Sally, give me just a second and let me slow it down real quick.
I found out about your blue toothbrush.
Okay, what's it saying?
Okay, it doesn't matter what the public or media learns about their client, they will find a way to twist it, even hypothetically, if they learn he uses a blue toothbrush. And what they're saying is, no matter they could put even things that are in the probable cause affidavit, people are twisting it.
Okay,
and
so
that's what they're saying. The more information that gets out there, the more things get twisted.
Okay, so that sounds like probably the same article that are you reading that in an article?
Yes, I'm reading under KTVB 7.
Okay, because that kind of sounds like the way it was worded in the article that I read today. So that may be the same one. Okay, let me. Okay, Che, let me see if I can find it. Sally Mae, I did slow the chat down for you. If you needed to slow down any more, just let me know. Lady V, how are you? Let's see. She should have went with an L. Gina Marie, do you know who I'm talking about now? My sinuses are killing me tonight. Thank you, Summer. I saw where you were responding to it. Okay, so it's the same thing that Riddler said. Okay. All right. So as far as this court document here that has came out, this is basically saying that it sounds like the defense, there's some evidence that they're wanting to take and have independently tested, but they're wanting the state to close what those items are. They don't want it to be put out to the public because, of course, if it gets let out to the public what these items are or this evidence is that they're going to have tested, then we would know what the evidence is that they have. So that's, from my understanding, that is what it's saying. Now, I'm curious to know what evidence it is that they're wanting to get tested. I mean, could it be, hey, Mike, yes, how are you? Could it be something that, like, maybe they found at the kid's house? Could it be from his car, his apartment, his parents' house? I wonder what this evidence is, or why they feel the need to get it independently tested. Let's see. Hit like if I can get the 5. Wait, I'll hit like if I can get the 5 first letters. Mikey, 5 first letters of what? And now, Elliot, I did think of that. I wonder if it's maybe the knife sheet. Because I wrote down like just a couple of different things so I wouldn't forget of what it could be. And I did write down, could it be the knife sheet? Evidence from the girl's house, evidence from Bryan's apartment or his parents' house, or even from his car. Thank you, Mikey. The confidential source and the privacy which needs to be protected could refer to the anonymous Kohberger member whose DNA was used to compare against Bryan. Yeah, I cannot read tonight. Hey, Justin, how are you? Okay, well, let me pull this last one up because there is an order out to seal it. So all the testing is sealed. We won't know till when after the trial. See, yeah, that's what it sounds like. Everything that they're gonna go and have tested on their own is has been sealed, so we won't know what it is. Probably won't know until the trial, if we get to hear the trial. See, there's nothing else that the defense would want tested. Anything else that anything else they rest with the DNA would just further implicate him. I don't know. I mean, I wonder Elliot. What do you think it could be then? All right. Can y'all see this okay on the screen? You know the first words is 5 letters. You know who it is. Summer, you got me over here counting on my fingers the first word. How many letters it is? See, I mean, looking great for the prosecution. All right, so this is a temporary order sealing the stipulation to remove the evidentiary items for forensic evaluation and order allowing the removal of items for forensic evaluation pending the hearing. So, based upon the stipulation to temporarily seal the stipulation to remove evidentiary items for forensic evaluation and the order allowing the removal of the evidentiary items for forensic evaluation filed herein, the court does hereby confirm and order that the stipulation to remove evidentiary items for forensic evaluation and order allowing removal excuse me of the evidentiary items for forensic evaluation exempt from disclosure and are sealed pursuant to the Idaho Court Administrative Rule 32G1 for the reasons stated in the said motion and until a hearing can be held on the matter. This too was also signed on Friday, June the 9th of 2023. This was actually signed by the judge. And that was like a mouthful too, basically saying the same words over and over. Okay, so only thing I can't think of them talking about that they argued about it being exempt from disclosure would be the genetic DNA testing. Yeah, I don't know what it could be though. Let's see. Hey, Big Al, how are you?
Hey, what's happening, everybody?
Nothing much. How's your finger?
It's throbby. It's certainly there. Let's just put it that way.
Well, I guess that's all that matters, and as long
Yep,
as it's healing up, so.
it often reminds me that it's there.
I'm just trying to catch up. My sinuses are just, oh my god, they are killing me tonight.
Allergies down, bad allergy stuff down there.
Well, it's just, I don't know if it's from these cats that's causing my allergies or what it is, but they are just like, just, I'm stopped up really bad. Let's see. They tell the defense you don't need to test the sheet that's not part of the state's evidence. I'm just curious of what it is that they're going to test or what they're wanting to test. Nightbot isn't working. That don't surprise me, Michelle. God is being an ass tonight.
Lazy shit.
I'm like, I don't know what his deal is, but he just here lately he's been showing up late for work. Try to put him to work and he doesn't want to work.
Time for a drug test.
Hold on, Michelle. I may have to log into it. For some reason, a lot of times if I log into it, it'll start working.
There he is.
Okay, see?
So you just puked out 4 commands.
See, are we gonna sit Al up again?
Oh God, please, guys, come on.
Somebody was in here earlier asking where you were at. I can't remember who it was.
I caught a bit of another channel today that I was kind of impressed with the way she was going after things. It was a lot like, receipts, proof, or stop doing what you're doing, and that's rare on YouTube right now
Right. Hey,
to hear
Brad, how are
people
you?
getting pissed about people presenting things as fact. It's about time.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, I had a rant, a small one at the beginning of the live because it's just getting ridiculous.
Well, there are
That
quite a few people from your channel there that
it's
I was
just,
like, cool, good spot.
uh, I mean, they're just, now the new thing is that it's a cartel hit. You know,
What?
yeah, that's like,
I haven't heard that one yet.
I woke up today and was scrolling through YouTube like I do as soon as I wake up, and first video I see is Cartel, and I'm like, okay, I don't. First of all, there's no proof. Like, there's drugs issues everywhere in the U.S. We all know that. But we're like, did you just wake up and be like, huh, I think I'm gonna get up today and put a video out about Idaho 4 and Bryan Kohberger, and we're gonna say it was a cartel hit. Where the fuck is the proof at?
Tomorrow it'll be, I don't know, Elmo did it.
I mean,
Lori, I don't know why I don't have a profile pic on YouTube, but I have one on StreamYard, so I'm not sure what's up with that.
yeah, was it Riddler that did that the other night when he was up
Yeah,
here?
yeah, that happened to me once.
It's
I don't know why it
YouTube
does that.
witness protection, I guess, or something.
First thing I do is thank you, Eric. It was aliens.
Oh,
So,
did anybody catch the video of the aliens?
Yeah, I saw him.
The perfect video of the one infrared camera that the alien was perfectly shot, stayed in frame the whole
yeah,
time. It was
yeah,
incredible.
I seen it.
It's
I,
amazing that alien found that camera.
I saw your tweet about it too, but we won't get into that right now.
But no, I'm saying it's incredible that
I
whoever
know.
that photographer is amazing. It's like a 1 in a gazillion.
Kind of like
Yeah.
the Patterson film.
Yeah. It's just crazy. They're going down in history for sure. Whoever that person is. The perfect spot they selected for that camera is.
Oh, he could hold conventions now throughout the United States. All these people that infatuated with UFOs and Area 51, because they have conventions, and now he'll be the guest speaker.
Yeah, maybe when I retire, I'll get in an RV and travel from convention to convention, and I can pet my invisible cat.
Okay, so C wants to know, can someone answer a very dumb question for me? Have they made a direct match to Kohberger's DNA yet? Do we know not touch DNA a real match? See, we don't know 100% sure, but I'm assuming that when they arrested him, they took his DNA, and then they took that DNA from him and matched it to the DNA on the sheet. Let me throw the link out for Katie. All right. All right, Katie, I just put it out for you. And see, that's not a dumb question. Hey, Elizabeth, how are you? Many people allow their DNA profiles to be open to the public. That is, I don't understand that. Like, why do you want your DNA to be public for everybody? Hey, Jamie.
That's like you said last night. That's one box I'm not checking.
No, not at all. See, I've only heard about the cartels from the beginning. People say that the Mad Greek are connected to him. Yeah, that was actually said again, Jamie, like a week or so ago. But now it's came out that it's an actual hit. And I'm just thinking, like, I don't believe that, because I don't think that if that's what it was, I think they're going to go in, they're going to be quick about it, but they're not going to leave anybody in the house. That
Okay.
it seems to,
Okay, let's just okay.
you know.
the cartel. Those okay. Let's just say the kids are drug dealers for the sake of argument. I'm pretty sure they're not dealing enough drugs to warrant a cartel hit.
Yeah, they wouldn't come up on their radar.
Highly. I mean, just why?
They
Why?
would. The
Doesn't make
cartels.
sense.
The cartels would be going after the king and the queen, not somebody way down on the bottom.
And Betty Joe, how are you? Mikey said, I don't give DNA. 10 kids showing up at my door. Fuck that.
Mikey, I agree. My time in the carnival is mine. I'm not gonna have
Let's
that
see,
come
they
back
would
to me.
never give them more than 5K of drugs. I just don't believe it, honestly. Hey, Brandy, how are you? See, the cartel theory is as far-fetched as BK doing this crime by himself, in my opinion. Okay. Sally Mae, I agree. I just don't think that there would be anybody left in the house. I think that if that was it, they would go from room to room to make sure that there was no one left in that house that could be a witness to what happened. Hey, sweet Candy, how are you?
Crime solver. It's flattering to know that I was the topic of conversation, but I am far from a telecom expert. I know enough to get myself in trouble about telecommunications. My field of expertise would be GPS tracking. And I don't even know if that would make me an expert, but I got a few years in.
And Betty Joe, I agree. And it was even brought up about Kaylee's car, about the type of car that she drives because of it being a Range Rover. Okay, it was a 2015 Range Rover, so it was used. I googled 2015 Range Rovers.
35 grand.
There was some for 20, depending on what the mileage was on it, anywhere from 25,000 up to like 35, 36,000.
Yeah, and you know what? They're a nightmare vehicle to maintain. They're very expensive to maintain.
Right. And another
if I had a
thing,
daughter, that's what I'd want her driving, something that's the safest possible thing that I could get her, that I could afford. So
well,
I would put
I
that on
mean,
a dad. I mean, not really her.
so what if it's a Range Rover, if it's a BMW, if it's a flipping whatever kind of car? She was working from home. She saved her money. Her mother, Christy had already said it. She worked, saved her money, and she bought the car on her own. What is, are this person is? It's like they were trying to say, well, because she was driving a Range Rover, she must have been dealing.
Well, we don't know what the payment was. Did she own it outright? Probably not.
We don't know if her parents bought it for.
Maybe she put up 10 grand. Her parents put up 10 grand, and she was making payments on the rest. Who knows?
Hold on just a second, y'all. Okay, I'm back. But I mean, so what if she's driving a Range Rover though? Just because she's driving a Range Rover doesn't make her a dealer. It really doesn't. People are just running crazy with accusations and trying to spin their narrative on shit, and it's getting old. We've all heard how Kaylee has always saved and worked for some. Exactly. Her mama came out and said she saved her money and she bought this car on her own.
Hey, a lot of kids start thinking about college in 6th grade.
Right.
What kind of job does she have at home?
The company has been mentioned, but I don't remember what it is. I'd have to see if I can go back and find it. But it's been mentioned. I think her mom and dad, whenever they were doing an interview, had talked about it. You know, she was working from home after she might have been working from home while she was still living at 1122 King Road. But when she moved back to her parents' house, she was still working and she was saving her money. You know, living at her parents' house, she probably didn't have any other bills, so she got to save all of her money and buy the car.
Eric, I'm pretty sure it wasn't OnlyFans.
No. See, I have a Range Rover, and I'm not rich, not a dealer. I just work my butt off. That's just that's. But see, Summer, that's what some of these people are putting out. That because she drives a Range Rover, let's not forget it was a 2015. It's literally 7 years old. That she must have been dealing drugs
I had a
because
bartender that drove a Mercedes, and it was because she makes $300 a day in tips.
yeah, I mean, well, the way they put it out was, well, I don't know about in the U.S., but how many college kids are driving Range Rovers? College kids who parents buy the Range Rover for them, or they work their butt off to pay for it themselves. Doesn't make you a drug dealer. I mean, it's these narratives that these people are putting out there is getting ridiculous. And it's disgusting. And like I said earlier, what are they going to do after all of this comes out and it proves that what some of these creators are putting out is not true, and these families sue them for it?
And I'll tell you, this is the problem with fixating on one case for months. People run out of shit to talk about, so they start making shit up.
Did we ever
Yeah.
find out how much it cost to rent that house?
I
But
guarantee you it was by the room.
Well, okay, by the room, $350 a month, 500 a month.
Probably three to 600 a month per room
probably.
would be my guess.
Candy said, if I wasn't almost 43, I'd go back to waiting tables in Louisiana during crawfish season. It's like an easy 2000 a week. Crawfish season, I mean, that's, yeah, any restaurant that serves crawfish is big money in it, no matter what the position is that you hold.
Yeah, you're getting $50 to $100 per table.
Right. I'm like, see, I remember the rent being said one time, but it seems like it was as a whole. It wasn't as a room.
Mikey says it was $27.50 for the whole
The whole
house.
house. Okay. Because I want to say that's what I heard too, that they wasn't doing
How
it
many
by the
bedrooms?
room.
5?
It had 6 total. It was 2 on each floor, and then it had a
Yep.
bathroom on each
So right
floor.
around 500 a room.
And then, so they would have had their own bedroom. 2 rooms would have had to have shared a bathroom, and then the common area would have been the kitchen and the living room.
So they probably got a little less for those smaller rooms and the rooms they had to share, and a little more for the better rooms.
Yeah, because I would assume the best room probably would have been Kaylee's room just because of the slider and it goes out onto the deck or whatever. Uh, Bethany's room kind of looked like it was pretty good size. Xana's room didn't look like it was very big. Dylan's room looked to be the biggest, but that's just looking at it, do that virtual tour thing.
Right.
And Maddie's was super small. Let's see, the top floor was boss. I want to say Maddie's room was probably the smallest. Mikey, yes, there are Venmo reports. And it would show, let's say, like Xana would send Maddie. She would charge Maddie for like the internet. Maddie would send Dylan something for uh, stuff that they bought for the house, like paper towels or cleaning supplies or whatever. So there was a lot of that going back and forth between them. So that they might have, like, maybe the internet was in Xana's name, and she just charged each one of them that lived there a price. Did you know Scott Green, the president of the unit, used to live? Yeah, Norman, I've heard that. I don't know. I haven't figured out what that has to do with the murders, though. But I have heard that.
But all the occupants of that house had a part-time job, right?
I know that um, Maddie and Xana both worked at the Mad Greek. I don't know where Dylan and Bethany worked. And then Kaylee, I believe she did work at the Mad Greek at one time, and then she had the job that she was doing from home. But I don't know about. I've never heard about where Dylan and Bethany was working at.
And the mag, excuse me, the Mad Greek probably pay minimum wage, right?
Probably
Yeah, if they're servers, it's whatever their minimum is for servers. I'm sure.
And plus tips.
plus tips.
Yeah, plus tips.
So they're making
Yeah,
$7.50 an hour plus tips.
yeah.
Minnesota, we have different wages in certain circumstances, depending on how much money the business makes. Um, under 500,000 a year, over 500,000 a year. Some states have server wages where they only make like $3 an hour.
That's what they do in Florida.
Yeah,
Like, for example, a Hooters girl makes about, I don't know, let's just say $4 an hour, but she gets to keep her tips.
right. Which is why the feds want to go after tipped people, because in some states the tips are a lot more than others.
Uh,
Oh yeah, if you're getting paid $3 to $4 an hour, I mean, that's all you claim.
Yep,
You could draw welfare.
yep, exactly. Now here, like for instance, my restaurant, when they check out at the end of the night, they have to claim any tips that come through a credit card. They have to claim them, and then cash tips, it's on the honor system,
Right.
which none of them are honorable. I hate to say it.
hey Freya. Okay. So Texas, it is $2.15 an hour for servers
Wow,
here.
that's low.
Somebody else, where did it go? I just seen somebody else. Louisiana is $2.19 an hour. Candy, are you from Louisiana? I can't remember if she's told me that before or not. Hey, Bullets, how are you? Shoot. And then somebody else. Where did that comment go? Oh, Norman Cook says, I think Brett Payne is covering up for his brother Kyle Payne and framing Brian Kohberger. What do you think? What? So, Norman, you think that Kyle Payne is the one that did this murder? Yes, I'm in Lake Charles. Oh, okay, Candy. And you probably have told me that before, and I just completely forgot.
Oh, does the Moscow Police Department, they wear cams, body cams?
Nobody can. Oh yeah, they have body
Yeah,
cameras.
yeah,
Wow, I
there
would love.
was.
I don't think they have cameras in their units, but they have body cameras. Isn't that how it was? They don't have
Um,
cameras in the squad cars, but they do have body cameras.
yeah, they do have body cameras because that's where there was a
That's right,
body
the big
cam.
party. Yeah, the big
Right,
party when
yeah.
we saw it. Wow,
Bullets. I hope everything at the ER went well and
could
Wait,
you
speedy
who?
imagine?
recovery. Yeah.
Could you imagine if you could have FOIA the first cop's body cam that walked in that house?
They wouldn't release it right now.
No, they're not going to
Oh,
release
well,
it. I
no,
guarantee
no.
they're lined up, boy.
Yeah, there's probably so many
Hundreds of
FOIA
requests.
requests for that, but they won't release anything until after the case is completely closed.
I could just imagine the paperwork that went in.
Okay, can you imagine that poor small police did small courthouse is like what?
Yeah, they got to send it out to everybody's email.
Oof. So Bullets, I don't know what you were in the ER for. I just spent a little time there myself, but I hope you're feeling better.
Wait, is that who said they had to go to the ER?
Yeah,
Uh,
I saw ER and I was like, ah, shit.
Okay, I need your guys' distraction tonight. ER today. Oh,
Oh,
well, I'm so sorry.
I know that
Jeez,
pain.
your thoracic is messed up in L4, L5 fusion coming in. Ow.
The
That,
lumbar.
Well,
that hurt me
well,
just reading it.
I've been
Yep.
dealing with an L5S1 herniation for 20 years. I refuse to get the fusion because I'm just terrified of it. But I feel you, and that sucks. So
Uh,
prayer for you tonight.
Megan says if Kohberger decides to plead guilty, does it still go to trial? I don't think so. I think he would plead guilty, and then they would do his sentencing, schedule a sentencing date, and then they have to go through the whole like pre-sentencing report thing. But I just don't see him pleading guilty to anything. I won't be honest.
Can you imagine the cost of this trial?
Oh, it's
You think he'll
up
go over the
there.
6 million?
Mm,
Mm,
probably. I mean,
yeah,
I don't.
it's going to be millions.
Depends on I think how long. If the trial gets moved back, I think the further it gets moved back, that's going to be more money that Ann Taylor's going to be making. And so if it don't start in October, I mean, it's just going to keep racking up. Hey, Rich, how are you? Loaded Hot, how are you? Um, and they've already done. Was it 2 million that the state gave to Latah County for this? I want to say it was 2 million. It was like way up there.
I wonder if they have to reimburse the FBI for all the man hours.
Hmm. I don't know. I wonder if they would have to.
I, knowing the federal government right now, yeah, they're probably going to send them a bill. I mean, that's a lot of agents that
Yeah.
they put on that. I mean, there's a lot of resources dedicated to it.
And they did have to come from out of state. Didn't the agents that was there come from Utah?
I seem to remember that they were from out of state.
So yeah, I would probably so. Let's see, I'm still getting major migraines from surgery. Okay, Candy, you have a good night, honey. The FBI will get their money. Yeah, they'll probably send up. I'm pretty sure Latell County will get multiple bills from multiple people over this.
C is asking if Kohberger refuses to leave his cell, will they force him out to attend the trial? I don't think they do that. I don't think they
I
force him to attend.
I was it Letitia or was it Lori? I know Lori one day. Hey Corey, how are you? Um, there was some pictures being shown of JJ, and come lunchtime, when the lunch break was over with, she didn't want to come back into the court, uh, and the judge said, "You are going to be in this court, and you are going to listen to this," and he made her attend the trial. Uh, I want to say
There you go.
Letitia. I want to say that happened in Letitia's too, but I didn't watch hers as much. But I
It,
would think that they would order the person like, you're accused of this. These are your charges. This is your trial. You got to be here. Okay, so Betty Jo said Letitia. Yes, it happened to her. Okay. Thanks everyone. Prayers, everyone. Thank you, Candy. Yeah, I remember the judge because there was like a big issue with Lori. Like she was crying and didn't want to come back in there and wanted to go back to her cell. And the judge was like, "No, you gonna come in here and you gonna sit here and you gonna listen to all of it." And that was the day that they said that she fell asleep during court. Want to go? The judge told her she had to be there. Okay, yeah. So I'm pretty sure they'll do that same thing to Bryan. Now, I would think if he's sick to the point that he can't leave the cell, they probably wouldn't have court that day. or I wouldn't think that they would anyway. Let's see. The crime scene is going to be brutal to relive for everyone. See, and Brooks was kicked out like 5 times a day. Gina Marie, I remember the one day they sent Daryl Brooks over to the other courtroom because of the way he was acting. So he had to get to the
Oh
other
god, yeah, you
courtroom.
could hear him through the wall. Oh, that guy was throwing a fit.
Uh, he had to go over there and listen to what the judge was saying because he wouldn't let her talk.
And then he built himself a nice little fort in front of the camera.
Oh my god, that dude was
Yeah,
he was whacked.
Well, I'll tell you, you don't do something like what he did and
And then
not
think
be
you're going to get away
disturbed.
with it.
And not be
Yeah,
disturbed. Well, he thought he was going to get away with it because of the signs of the times. Everybody was getting away with whatever they wanted to do.
right. Yeah, because
Sadly, people were burning our country down and getting away with it, and most of them did.
and he when he ran through that parade, he killed how many people?
God, I think it was 6 or more. I don't remember how many. I feel bad for not remembering how many victims there were. I remember just how angry I was that anyone would just
Right. Think that
drive
it's
through a
okay to.
crowd of people like that. It just, sadly, had he chose to burn down a building, he would have got away with it. But because
He
it was
killed
innocent
6.
victims, he didn't get away with it, and I'm really glad he didn't.
Right. Okay, so Betty just said it was 6. It wasn't one or two of them, or maybe more than two, like kids.
Yeah.
Because I didn't watch
Yeah.
the whole thing. I just remember like certain clips of it would pop up, or a troll would see it on there, and he would watch it for a little bit.
April's asking, why would the first words out of his mouth be anyone else arrested? No one can
April,
answer that question
that's a
except
good
for him.
question. I mean, I just thought, and this was just my own opinion. Like I said, I thought maybe he was wondering about his dad, but could he have been talking about someone else? Because I just don't think he. I think somebody else was there, and until they prove that he was the only one involved throughout this whole thing, I'm still going to say that I think somebody else helped him.
I think he had some help.
And
If it was him, I think he had help.
right, I keep going back to the way they're saying that the car was driving around that night, and I just if he would have been there for 12 different times, I think that he would have known where to park and where to go and where the safest place would be for him to park where nobody would see him. Hey Starlight, how are you? Another SK said that when he yes, that was it John Wayne Gacy that said that when he was arrested as well. Hey Tonka, how are you?
I mean,
I
perhaps
believe
an initial effort to create doubt. Who knows? Is he that smart? I don't know.
A lot of defense lawyers use that. They'll say, "Is there anyone else that's been arrested for this, or is there anyone else you're looking into?" If they say yes, they say, "Well, then why are you here? Why aren't you out there looking for him?" And if he says no, he says, "Oh, so you're zeroing in on my client." And it's just a little game they play.
like a little cat and mouse type game.
Well, word games create doubt later. And that is the name of the game, right? Reasonable doubt.
Mm-hmm. That is true.
And the defense knows all I got to do is convince one juror,
One person.
just one.
Okay, so it was John Wayne Gacy. Okay, but was John Wayne Gacy the only one that said that? Because I've seen his name brought up in regards to asking if anyone else had been arrested. But was there someone else that had said that as well when they were arrested? You forgot the Parkland. He better get. But the Parkland school shooter, Gina Marie, didn't he get life? I believe he got life in prison. And I seen something about the judge in his case, um, like she's in trouble or something. Hold on just a second. I need to mute for just 1 second, y'all.
Yeah, he got life. Life in prison without the possibility of parole for killing 17 people. I don't know. Seems to
You
me
talking about that shooter down in South Florida?
Yeah, Parkland.
Yeah.
Which to me, I mean, life in prison, depending on how they treat him in prison, being allowed to live, until you die after killing 17 people, I don't think that's that much
you're
of a
gonna be
punishment, really.
you're gonna be in a cell with a stinky toilet.
Yeah, it's gonna suck, but you're not dead.
You got to get up every morning at 5 o'clock, and they take you like cattle to go shower, and then after that, they take you like cattle to go eat, and then you got chores to do. Now, those guys that are on,
well, in Florida, I know they're a lot harsher on their prisoners than they are in a lot of other places.
Go to Angola. Have y'all watched the
I'm sure that one's bad too. Yeah,
Angola's about the worst.
Like the warden there, well, he makes some boys go out there and work in the gardens, and they grow their own food, and they pick their own food, and they work with the horses and all that the officers ride. And
yeah, they even train the dogs that chase them if they run. I think.
Yeah, they do all that. They don't. Now I'm sure that there are some that they can't let out of their cell, to go on the work cruise or whatever, but they don't just get to sit in their cell and play around and watch TV and do nothing all day. Yeah,
I like that guy in Arizona that threw him in tents outside.
Oh yeah, I remember seeing that too.
Joe Arapaho, I think his name was.
Mm-hmm.
Sheriff Joe.
Yeah, but some of them people haven't been even sentenced yet. They were innocent, some of them.
Right.
He didn't care. He put them out there and gave them a ham sandwich.
Show up at our jail, you get a ham sandwich and a cot. I mean, that jail isn't promised to be nice.
I mean, some
it
of
sucks
these
for someone who shouldn't be there, but you know what? That's that's part of having a civilized society, I guess.
Let's see.
Didn't he get arrested and found guilty of something? And I think Trump got him.
Sheriff Joe?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think so. He was going to run for governor or senator.
Tonka, you are correct. Child murderers don't fare well in any prison.
I have to do some research on that, Big. I'll find out if it was him. What was his name again? Joe
Arapaho. You're absolutely right. It's Trump pardoned him. It was Trump's first presidential pardon.
So it had to be
criminal contempt of court.
So he's going to be sentenced in federal court. President can only pardon from federal prisons.
Federal misdemeanor, up to 6 months in prison.
Whereas a governor does the ones for the state.
Right.
He pardons the state.
I did not know that. I don't know how I ever missed that.
Hey, James, how are you? All right, so Betty Jo says, yeah, Betty Jo was a warden. I wouldn't want to go to her prison. She said, you are in my prison. You get breakfast, lunch, dinner, no TV, no phone calls, no visitors, no tablets. You sit in a cell and go outside for a couple of hours a day.
See, now the difference between that and prison in Minnesota, we just had someone stand up and say, I'm a woman now, and you've denied me that right. And we gave him $500,000 and transferred him to the women's prison so he could go get his gender changed.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, that's the difference between Minnesota and hardcore prisons, I guess. We're not hardcore here.
Now, Angola, that's a federal prison?
No, it's the Louisiana State Penitentiary.
Okay.
And it's just how hot it is. We're always complaining here in Louisiana.
They don't have AC in that prison, I don't think, do they?
I don't remember them. Maybe some parts of it might, but
I can't imagine laying on a nasty bed, sweating your ass off in that heat down there.
Well, just imagine working out in them, because all them, the fields are all open where the gardens are, and they work all day long in those gardens. The the penal part of it is what they call it, and all they get is like some water during the day. And then they come in, eat, go to bed, and they get up the next day and do it all over again. Like
Talk about being forced to reflect on your crime. I mean, that's.
There is a documentary, I want to say it's on Netflix, that's like several episodes, and it tells all about Angola. It tells about oh shit, the because everybody who works at Angola lives on the grounds. There's
Oh, wow.
there's I forgot what it's called, but it's like all of the warden and all of the guards and everything, and some of the guards grew up there because their parents worked at the penitentiary, but they all live, and I forgot what that little area is called. And if Pickle Me Elmo is in here, she may know it because she's from Louisiana too. But uh, it tells all about that. It tells about when the Mississippi came in and it flooded and they had to evacuate the prisoners. It tells about the rodeo, like the whole thing. It tells about the.
I've seen a thing about the rodeo. Like they keep their shit together all year just so they can be a part of the rodeo. I did see that.
Yep.
See, they're like that here, Scarlett. They have their own cattle and hogs, and they slaughter them, they butcher them, they cook them, and they eat them.
Right, and it's cheaper, honestly.
Oh, for sure.
To do it like that, then the state have to pay for these prisoners' food. But I mean, that's what Angola is. Yeah. I don't know about the meat part of it, but they're, I would say, probably 90% self-sufficient.
They got some good ass meals then if they've got all that fresh food.
Right. They have, and it tells even about that, the stuff that they grow for.
Yeah, the beans, the spinach, the greens, the potatoes, all that. Yeah, they go out there and pick them in the field. Yeah, they got a whole work program set up for them. And knew a guy that had to go to prison. He had it easier than everybody else. He got to be in charge of at the gym. So he assigned you your basketball and your weightlifting pin. You get these pins you put in the weightlifting machines. But they're talking about taking all the weight machines out of the prisons here.
Mm-hmm. Oh, really?
Done it, yeah, whether they've done it or not, I don't know.
Is that primarily where shit seems to hit the fan, or they just don't want them working out and getting big?
I don't know what the deal is with that, or if they don't want them getting hurt. I pulled a muscle on my back. They have one prison here it's nothing but a hospital.
Oh, geez.
And then on Super Bowl weekend, everybody gets hurt, so they can go watch the Super Bowl at the hospital. And while they're laying in bed.
See, here in Minnesota, even in the county jails, the first thing you get when they're done booking you in is your tablet.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, you get your own tablet. Seriously, I'm not joking.
Is that like so they can keep up with their attorney and like their legal stuff or whatever?
They get email on there. They get entertainment on there. They get music on there. They get headphones. That's their own personal little thing. It was news to me. I just heard about it from one of my employees that just got out of jail. But they can do text messaging on there. If somebody puts money on their thing, they can do messaging. I don't think it's video. I think it's just like texting. But yeah, Minnesota's we're pretty lenient on our prisoners here.
All right. So Bullet says California prisoners, some of them work on the fire crews across the state. The rest of them work on making clothes, state license plates, registration stickers, and they make their own food. I mean, I put them to work. Okay, so Pickle Me Elmo says that the dormitories at Angola don't have AC. They're currently trying to get AC for them. Thank you. And Pickle Me Elmo, do you remember the area of the grounds where all the guards and all that live and the warden and all that? It's called something and I can't remember what that area is called. Lady V, how are you?
I'm great. How are you guys tonight?
Doing good.
I love Sheriff Joe, and Angola is what it should be.
Right. James, have a good night.
Bologna sandwich and hard labor.
I mean, they make them boys work. But hey, I mean, if they're in there, that's what they should be doing.
Yeah, well, here,
Honestly.
like, they'll let some of them out and they'll clean, like, the highways and things like that.
Hmm. Yeah, they have that here, but it's only like the parish jail boys
Yeah, it's
that do that.
I'm not sure. I don't believe it's prison. I think it's jail here too.
Hmm.
Just, the minor things.
Right.
But yeah, I don't think they should be able to sit there and enjoy themselves in jail.
No,
No,
they
it
should.
shouldn't.
They
It
have to
shouldn't be a
go work.
party. It shouldn't
No,
be a party.
it shouldn't. And
And most of the county jails are. I mean, it's
So when do they have time to get their bachelor's degree and the other one's getting GED degrees?
I'm pretty sure if you're in some type of like a college program or just the GED program or whatever, they probably have to give you time during the day to do that.
yeah, that's why everybody wants to go. I need my
Uh,
college degree. Thank you very much.
so Tonka says here in Alaska, inmates that are not in segregation can go outside between counts and meal times. The women prison has an outdoor track where you can walk, run, exercise, or just relax. Tonka, is there a lot of inmates in the prisons up there?
Where's he from?
Tonka's from Alaska. But I wouldn't think that, I mean, there might be a lot of them in there, but I wouldn't think it would be like the lower 48, some of the states.
Alaska's on my bucket list.
Let's
You
see.
know, I can't believe they ever had those weightlifting machines and stuff in there. I mean, so the guys have nothing better to do but get stronger and hurt each other with the barbells and stuff. I just never understood that one.
Hmm. Yeah, it seems like it's just a legality issue with all
Yeah,
the weights and all that.
yeah, I mean, it's just crime waiting to happen. And, I mean, you have your hands full with these inmates anyway, and then you're giving them a means to be able to get stronger.
They should just let them jazzercise and that's it.
Yeah, they need to do, what's his,
Pilates or yoga.
Zumba.
Zumba. Yeah, Zumba.
Dancing with the Oldies.
Yeah. You can watch all the Richard Simmons you want.
But you stop and think about it. We were just talking about they're self-efficient. They got them in there with knives butchering cattle.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
like, really? Yeah.
They got it. Hey, they got them in
Yeah.
the kitchen with knives. I mean, but
Yeah,
isn't
they're
that
slicing
usually
the meat, chopping the ribs.
usually they're so far apart and the knife is chained to the table or cabled to the table that they're working at, and they don't have enough room on the cable to get to the next station where they're working.
Say that again.
They cable. I actually saw this in a prison here in Minnesota in Stillwater State Penitentiary when we went on a tour. In the kitchen, they have 8-foot long stainless steel tables
Yeah,
where they do their prep work,
right.
and a man is assigned a table, and there's a knife on a cable
And there's
that
only
is
one
attached to the
person at
table. There's one person at the table, and that cable only goes so far. It will not reach to another station.
Oh, wow.
So unless someone comes into their area,
There's no. Well, that's a
they
smart
can't
thing to
reach
do.
somebody else. But the guards have to count. If they have to walk up to an inmate, they have to count on that person setting it down and standing back and not getting to it before they get to them.
Yeah, I think I'd have my hand on
It's
the
still
gun.
dangerous. I mean, anywhere you look at it, they still have access to a knife.
Well, just think about the ones that cut hair in the prisons.
Yeah.
Colorado Supermax. Colorado Supermax are for the ones that really deserve it, though, will be. I mean, they have to do a lot to get into that one.
Yeah,
Was it?
that's El Chapo's and
Yeah, that's what I was getting ready to say.
Well, the
That's like-
Unabomber, wasn't that where he was at?
Well, remember, because
think
actually
so.
we had read about him like 2 weeks ago when it was brought up, and I looked him up because that's where we thought he was at, and then they said that he got moved to, was it North Carolina? Because it was like a I guess a hospital type prison there or whatever. And
Right.
that's where he ended up passing away
Well,
at, was in North Carolina.
Oh,
where's BTK at?
Uh,
BTK is in.
is it
Uh,
Kansas or Missouri
he's in
or
Kansas. He's in
He's not in
uh,
Leavenworth, is he?
No, that's
El
a military
Dorado.
prison.
He's in El Dorado State Prison. He's
And
in solitary.
where did Timothy McVeigh go when he was arrested?
Yeah, I don't remember.
let me see. And I did hear. I'm gonna look up where Timothy McVeigh was at, but I did hear the other day that BTK cell got checked. Yeah,
He was in Terre Haute.
wait, Timothy McVeigh was.
Yeah.
Terre Haute. Is it Terre Haute? Terre Haute? Terre Haute,
Terre Haute.
Yeah,
Terre
Terre
Haute.
Haute.
Indiana. Okay.
Yeah, and he got federal because it was the federal building.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay, do you guys really think that blew up like that with just that van?
Negative.
I
No.
don't either.
Now, I believe the van blew up the way it did because he had enough explosives. He wanted to park inside the building,
Yeah, he did.
but he went to the outside, and I believe that axle flew off from his. But as I told you before, there's a conspiracy theory.
Yeah, I know what it is.
Yeah, and the police officer saw bombs inside the building. And they had to clear
Yep.
everybody back again. And when he started talking about it, they said, "No, you didn't see that."
Right.
And he's saying it wasn't just Timothy McVeigh. This needs to be looked into. And then it supposedly had took his own life. The police officer, if you believe that.
Do the police officer did?
Yeah.
Why?
They found. Well, they're saying it was. They found him mysteriously passed away out in a field.
Oh,
That's like that guy in Washington, D.C. that mysteriously committed
yeah.
he took his own by 2 to the back of the head.
How does that happen?
It doesn't.
They just think they just think we're not smart at all.
Well, it's there's just a few of us that question it, and everybody else goes, "Oh well,
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, everybody
not
don't
my
care.
problem, not in my bubble."
Right,
Yeah,
there's
they
no
don't
care
care.
into it.
Yeah, I was young whenever that happened, so I
My
never
dad was in Oklahoma City working that day.
I remember when it happened, but as far as because I was so young, I didn't really, you know, pay that a whole lot of attention. What's it called? The Beeline. Pickle Me Emma. That I think that's it. Where they all lived at the Beeline.
I had family in direct vicinity of 9/11 and in Oklahoma City.
Yeah, I had an aunt that lived. Her and her husband and oldest son lived in Oklahoma City whenever it happened. Because I remember right after it happened, she had came back down here to visit, and she was like, "I can't believe that I'd been in that building before," and then that happened to it.
Wow.
Valentina, how are you?
And
My
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 dad was down there helping build a post office.
my stepmother-in-law was a nurse, and she had to go. She went down there. She said it was just terrible. They're just horrible. And it's like, you know, what, like a bomb went off. But I mean, like, it just, like, she said to see it live, it can't compare with what's on TV. It just was so much worse.
Yeah, the cleanup after 9/11 was. I'll never forget what that.
Oh,
looked
my
like.
Lord.
I'll never forget what it looked like. It was horrible.
Yeah, I can't believe. Gosh,
Never forget the smell either.
man. That's just hard. You know, and people have forgotten about that.
Well, a lot of people have. You want to remember it? Just go up to the fire station that was right on the edge, next to the South Tower. That's still there.
Yeah.
That not a single person, or I think one person stayed behind to man the firehouse. and everyone else perished.
Yeah. It's just
Well, you know
every
what?
every every September 11th when it gets to be close to that, my husband and I we watch all of that because we don't want to forget. You don't want to forget how bad it was. And then we all bonded together and everybody was working together. And then all of a sudden, oh, well, it's over. Different
Every-
news, a new day, and it's gone.
Yeah, life goes on, and everybody's forgotten Pearl Harbor Day.
Oh
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
Yep.
December 5th. Isn't that right?
Nope. December 7th, 1941.
December 7th. Sorry. I'm sorry. December 5th is Santa Claus for the Dutch people. That's why it always comes to my head, the 5th.
Oh, crime solver! I didn't know you were in Manhattan. Yeah, I can't imagine walking through there every day. I lived there, and I lived in Staten Island and worked in Manhattan in the 80s, and I used to go through there all the time. And I've been there twice and saw the reflecting pools, and I just it's not the same. I can't wrap my head around it still. It's been a long time.
Callie, Dom, you have a wonderful night.
And see what
Um,
was bad was the government took all the planes that were on a 5 minute alert inside of the United States. They took them all off except for two. That was Florida and Alaska.
You
And they
know what?
says we don't need those planes with missiles on there anymore. Because see, what we used to do is we intercepted Russian bombers off the
Right.
coast, and then if it wasn't them, it was the drug planes coming
Yeah.
in and out, and if it wasn't them, it was the Cubans with their MiGs,
Mm-hmm.
and if
well
it
now
wasn't them, it's a hijacked airliner.
we know that they couldn't mess with the drug planes because they were behind a lot of them. So you know,
You
let's
know,
just face it.
this,
The CIA was responsible for probably a good percentage of drugs that came into the country.
yeah, just stop and think for a minute. I mean, here we are, we have planes, we have all of this stuff that we don't really notice, but then whenever they made them all land and they couldn't fly, it was such an eerie feeling.
Oh, so quiet,
It was just so
so
weird
quiet.
not seeing planes in the sky. It's like
Well, you
you
saw it
don't
during
miss it till it's
COVID.
gone.
You saw it during COVID. Look how pretty the skies cleared up.
Oh yeah, and the highways were a joy.
Oh yeah, it's
Yeah.
just
Well, we gotta interrupt our regularly scheduled broadcast to request some thumbs up buttons. People need to click that thumbs up. We got 206 people in here and 103 thumbs up.
get
That's
them.
that's half.
Yeah, y'all. Come on. We got to get the thumbs up.
Yeah, that's got to come up.
All right. So, Lady V, I want to ask you real quick because I don't think you were in the chat whenever I asked this earlier. Whenever I was reading the court documents, and they're talking about, and Big Al, I don't know if you were in here or not either, but they were talking about the court documents, and they wanted there's some evidence that they are wanting to get tested, so they wanted to have those sealed so the public wouldn't know what the evidence were that was getting tested. So, what is your opinion on what the evidence could be?
Ooh.
Wow.
Well, the first thing that comes to mind is the sheath.
Okay.
The second thing that comes to mind would be anything in his car.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I was gonna say. The car.
Okay.
And other than that, I can't imagine what they'd have to have tested unless it was clothing that they took from his house
Right.
or shoes, clothing or shoes.
Because I had wrote down a couple of things that whatever they had found in his car, the sheet, could there have been something that they found in his apartment or his
Right.
parents' house,
Right.
or possibly they found something in the girl's house
Yeah,
that they're
that
getting tested.
all of those I would agree with. Now, okay, every time that I see him in that car, with his dad,
Mm-hmm.
we always zoom in on his arm and hands to see if there's like something there. But I don't know. Have we ever like zoomed in like on the car itself, the interior that we can see to see if there's like any sign of anything on there, or is it like perfectly clean? If so, how could he get in the car after that and there not be anything in the car?
I would think you'd have to strip.
Either that, yeah, or have plastic in there.
Plastic, or you'd have to strip. One
Yeah.
of the two. I mean, and if I have a hard time believing that these type of crimes were committed and someone wasn't just covered in blood.
Yeah, that's how I picture it too, Big
I
Al.
just have a hard time with that. And obviously I've never. I mean, I've hunted and I've skun animals and butchered animals and I never came out not covered in blood.
Yeah, my
And that
husband.
was being careful.
Yeah,
Right.
my husband did the same thing, and you get it all over you.
It gets everywhere. I mean, it just does. So
I just can't imagine him not have. There's no way he didn't have blood on him.
in my criminal brain, excuse me, if I was going to commit a crime like this, I'd be in a Tyvek suit,
Yep.
head to toe, and the
Dexter.
first thing I would do is take that thing off and turn it inside out on itself
Yep.
and put it in a plastic bag, and that'd be the first thing I'd burn. And then I'd
Exactly.
take out every piece of clothing I was wearing and burn that too.
Right.
Yep.
I mean, it just for someone who was learning what he learned and being taught what he was being taught, and obviously he was into this kind of thing, you would think he would have some sort of plan.
You would think.
I mean,
Well,
if I
just
was going to do something like that, I would do it in my head a million times before I did it.
Yeah,
But-
man, I'd be Dexter, man. I'd be covered from head to toe.
right, because think of this: if let's just say, even if he did strip and he didn't, and the red stuff got on his hands, but he didn't get it off good enough. Think of how many things, and I've brought this up a while back.
Oh, I'm sorry, I said the
Um,
B word.
Oh no, you're fine. But just think of how many things you have to touch in your car in order to make it operate.
Yeah.
Like the outside door handle, you've got to touch the seat, the floorboard, the inside of the door, the gear shift, the steering wheel, your ignition, your keys. Like there's so many different
Well,
places.
Well, even if it's keyless, you have to press the
Push
button.
the button, right? So you have there's a lot of this. If you have to put the seatbelt on, there's a lot of different things that you have to touch in order to get that car to go.
Yeah.
And was he really that careful to make sure that nothing got on any of those parts of his car, even if he was in the passenger side? You still got to touch the seat, the floorboard, the seatbelt if you put it on, the inside of the door. Like you're still going to touch something.
Yeah.
Well, if you ever watch them process a stolen car looking for fingerprints,
Yeah.
You'll see the places that they most often touch that people don't realize: the back of the mirror,
Mm-hmm.
the turn signal,
Yeah.
the seat belt, the actual seat belt, the female part of the seat belt,
Yeah, I think that's what they call the boot. Is it
Yep.
like the seatbelt
Yep.
boot or whatever?
and the back of the gear shift.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if he was smart enough to do all of that, why wouldn't he have done a better job of covering his tracks to begin with? That just confuses me. I mean, I just don't understand.
There's
I
a
don't-
lot of things that we don't know. And there's evidence they have. I just saw I don't know who said it in the chat. There's evidence they have that we don't know because
Yeah,
it's
we
not in
don't-
the PCA.
The only thing as far as evidence that we know that they have, and we don't even know if there's any evidence on there. Hey, Brian R., how are you? Is the stuff that they took out of his car. They took his seats, headrest, the gas pedal, the brake pedal, the seatbelt boot, I think it was the inside door panels that they took. What else
It's
was it?
amazing how they stripped that down. It's
Right.
Probably
incredible
anything
to
with
watch.
anything with a crease in the interior that something could get down
Yeah.
into that he possibly may not have been able to clean.
Right.
I really, really hope that he ended up with a few dog hairs on him. But that goes to the question of, well, I mean, he could have picked dog hairs up from one of the
Mhm.
people that were living there. But if he, it depends on if he put, I can't see him being able to put Murphy in that room in that time frame, put Murphy in the room and then go and then surprise the girls. I just can't see that. I think Kaylee did that. I think she left him in the room to go over to see Maddie. But I'm hoping that somewhere along the way he touched something, or a little pet dust flew up
He
and
gonna take much
got
because
on him.
they got the vacuum contents.
Yeah,
So anything that was in his place, I'm sure they went through that like crazy.
yeah. I mean, and you can get rid of your vacuum bag, or you can get rid of the canister. You can wash it out and all of that, but you have the cord and everything else that things go through, that I don't see how you could eliminate everything 100%.
I don't think there's a way to eliminate everything 100%.
I don't either. I think you know a little dog hair here, a little dander from this or that, I mean.
The only way is to burn the car, burn your house, burn
Yeah,
everything you're wearing. Everything's got to go up in flames.
yeah, I agree.
See, that's what I'm surprised didn't happen at that house when on his way out. 3 railroad flares.
Yeah, wouldn't
Oh
take much.
wow.
Yeah,
It would
Thank
not
drop
take
them.
goodness.
much.
Well, thank God that didn't happen.
Drop that off on the
Exactly.
bottom floor and watch what happens.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I'm
That
saying.
that thing will go up like a matchstick.
Thank the Lord he didn't do that. That's
Then
what I
how
was
then how,
thinking.
then how you
Right.
gonna get DNA off the bones and teeth?
Well, isn't there a way, like if you burn your clothes or something like that, that they can still extract stuff from it
Yes.
To
to
a
get
Yeah,
point. To a
they've been
get
point.
able to
evidence?
go
Yeah.
into ashes and get fibers and buttons, zippers. Yeah, they've been able to do things like that.
It goes back to what evidence do they have? It's a lot that we don't know. And we can speculate and theorize, until the cows come home, until we know what's in the discovery. 51
Right.
terabytes. I did some math today. You'll
Hmm.
be interested to know that it's like if it were just standard photographs, 51 terabytes. It's in the hundreds of millions of files.
Right.
Wow. That's
I
just
mean, it's insane. And documents are even smaller. So I mean, they've got a lot to sift. There's a lot to sift through.
and
Scarlet.
I don't think we need to know right now what they have. I think protecting it is a good idea at this point. Whether it frustrates us or not doesn't make any difference. I think, they need to keep that close to the vest.
Yeah.
Scarlet, do we know when they did the genealogy test what
Uh-huh.
actual site it was they went to find it?
No, they didn't.
I think Shay was
They
in the
didn't say.
chat, and that came up in another live today.
Uh-huh.
So I don't know if she's available to come up, but I know she was there for it because I was kind of half listening. They had a
I
long
don't.
discussion about the genealogy and
Hey,
all that
Philip, how are
stuff.
you? I don't remember it ever being said though what they used. I do
And I
know
don't have
that
I don't know how many different ones that are out there.
I know that it was said that the sheath was sent down to Texas. But as far as like the genealogy part, I don't remember it ever being said what um, if there was
Yeah,
one
I
that they
don't
used or
either.
more than one.
I
But
just
they've
think I just think it matched his dad. Okay, so wait a minute. So they got his dad's DNA, which linked it to Brian, right? So where did they have that match of his father's DNA? Was that like at the house
No, that came from
in
the
the trash?
trash. That came from the trash in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it came
Yeah.
from the trash there.
Uh huh.
And where did they get the test sample of his DNA?
Of Whose
Did
DNA?
he was he ever in trouble with the law and had to turn his DNA in, or
Somebody said last night, I believe, that his dad had been arrested when he was younger.
yeah, I think so. Hey, Troll,
Yeah, it was
how
for
are you?
stealing a car when he was 17, and I'm pretty sure they weren't pulling
No
DNA
DNA, yeah,
back
no
in the
DNA back
80s.
then.
But they actually got his DNA from a lab in Idaho, right? Off that sheath.
It came up from the sheet. It came up as uh, a single source male DNA is what it came up as, but it didn't come back as Bryan, or they didn't get the name Bryan until I believe it was sent through the genealogy part of it. And then whenever they got the trash from Pennsylvania and they tested it against the DNA on the sheet, then it came back that the trash DNA was it 99.9998% of the population was expected to be excluded as being that sheath DNA's biological father. That's how it. I'll have to.
So okay, so the other night, I know I haven't really been in chat for a few days, to be honest. This weekend I was too busy. But when we were talking about it last week, do we know, did Bryan send his DNA in to a genealogy place?
That is what one of Bryan's neighbors from Washington
Right.
did an interview, and that's what they said that Bryan told them. So whether it's true or not, I don't know. But that's just what that neighbor had said, that Bryan had told him that he had sent his DNA into a genealogy site. I don't know which one. They didn't say a name or anything like that. Just that he said he had sent it in.
Yeah. Well, if I sound a little spacey, I'm sorry. I haven't been to sleep in 2 days. So
Oh no, you're fine.
it's like one of
Uh,
those I'm in pain, can't sleep
yeah.
type of thing.
Okay, so right here it says in the PCA on December the 27th of 2022, Pennsylvania agents recovered the trash from a Kohberger family residence located in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. That evidence was sent to the Idaho State Lab for testing. On December the 28th, the Idaho State Lab reported that a DNA profile obtained from the trash and the DNA profile obtained from the sheath identified as a male as not being excluded as the biological father of suspect profile. At least 99.9998% of the male population would be expected to be excluded from the possibility of being the suspect's bio father.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out where they got the sample for his father. Maybe you
Trash.
said it and no, I know that one. I'm saying, where did they get the sample to test
Oh,
against the trash of his dad? Do we know?
mm, probably nowhere. The trash DNA came back as saying that it was this percent suspected of being the bio father of the sheath DNA. So when Bryan was arrested, they would have taken Bryan's DNA and then tested that against the sheath, and that's the reason why they're going to throw out the genealogical uh, DNA part of it.
Right. So what I'm
But I do see what you're saying, because it has been brought up before. Could Michael Kohberger really be Bryan Kohberger's daddy? That had even been brought up. So if they didn't test Michael Kohberger's DNA and compare it to the trash DNA, you see what I'm saying?
how would they know?
Or
Yeah,
or to Bryan.
right. So
So
I'm kind of okay, so like I said, I'm a little bit tired, but I'm wondering, so we know they tested it against the trash. Where did they get that sample to test against to verify that it was the same DNA? And then, so what I'm thinking is, I wonder if they had already had some things. Um, I'm wondering if they already had some things that they might have tested against Bryan, and they did his dad, and they had this sample, of Bryan's, but they couldn't say it was Bryan's. So maybe it came back to be like part of what Bryan's was, which means he was his father. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I don't know if that's. I mean, it's possible that they get it
Well,
like
well,
that.
let's look at it step by step. They find somebody's DNA, a male, we'll say, on that knife sheath. They send it to a lab. A lab comes back with results. That's a male, and it's nobody that was none of the four deceased.
Right.
So now, what do you do with that piece of DNA? Do you send that DNA and compare it to any of the ancestries or the 1, 2, 3s or whatever they're called, that where everybody mails off their
23 and
DNA?
yeah.
All right. So do you go to all of them and say, "Do you have anything that'll match this?"
Right.
And do they
Well,
come back and go, "Yeah, we got one. It's Mr. Kohberger in Pennsylvania."
right.
Is
I
that
mean,
how it worked? I don't know. I'm asking.
Uh, I mean, I don't know because they haven't came out and gave like 100% where all of this is coming from, other than what's in the PCA.
And then if it comes out to Mr. Kohberger in Pennsylvania, they go ask Idaho and Washington, "You got any students there named Kohberger?" Bingo, we got one at Washington State, and he drives a white Elantra. I'm wondering if that's how it really went, because I don't. I'm trying to figure out how they got this so quick.
yeah, I'm just that not knowing where they got the sample DNA to test against his father just really bothers me. It's like where did that come from? You would think that would have had to come from some genealogy testing
Well,
somewhere, or
exactly. And
somebody in the. It could have been, a cousin or whatever, that.
his dad, Mr. Kohberger, probably did one, let's say 5 or 10 years ago, when it was really started out being popular, and
Well, that could
they
be.
still have it on file, and then they match up. You've seen how it works on there, where they shows all
Yeah,
this.
right.
Okay, and all of a sudden, hey, these are pretty close.
And Betty Joe, that I don't know. I
Well,
don't know
that's
where
what
else
I'm
they would have.
asking.
Yeah, I don't know where else they would have gotten the dad's DNA because I mean, um, I highly doubt they went in and was like, okay, Michael Kohlberger, we need your DNA so we can test it
Exactly.
against this other. I just
All
don't
he
see
had
them
to
doing
do
it.
was submit it to one of the genealogical sites, and
And
Yeah, I
that
find
could
mean,
that.
have been where it.
somebody in the family somewhere along the way probably have sent in their DNA, and they can trace it back to Mike or Michael, whatever, you know. But I don't know. It kind of is one of those little things that bugs me. I'm like, I really, really like to know where they got that test sample of Michael's to test against the trash.
And honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if one of his students or classmates called in a tip and said, "Hey, this guy's kind of creepy.
Yeah, that's
I know
true.
he
I
hangs out in
agree.
Moscow. I know he drives a white car. You might want to take a look at him." We don't know that. It didn't happen, but it's feasible
Yeah,
that
no,
someone
I
called
hadn't
in a
thought
tip on
about
him
that. That's a good thought, actually.
because he was a creepy guy. I mean, there were people that
Definitely
said he was
creepy
creepy.
guy. Wow.
Okay,
So it
let me read to you what the Daily Mail says. It says how FBI used genetic genealogy websites,
there you go.
and it says right here the FBI tracked down Idaho murder suspect Bryan Kohberger by tracing his distant relatives through
Okay.
genetic genealogy database, then secretly collected a sample of his DNA, which they matched to found at the crime scene. Experts revealed today.
Well, that's good. Well, I mean, that's what I thought would probably be what it was, but I hadn't heard completely for sure.
Okay, so let me ask this question real quick. Has anyone heard anything about them finding 20 cells? I believe on the knife sheet is what was said. Just anything about 20 cells that they have found?
That rings nothing in my brain.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
Yes, it's 20 markers.
Okay.
You want me to read that to you?
Well, on another channel, they keep saying that they only found 20 cells and that is not enough. And I have not heard anything about 20 cells at all.
Okay, let me look and I'll get right back with you. Okay,
Okay.
I know where it's.
Okay.
No, wait. It wasn't touch DNA. It was single source DNA.
Yeah, it was a single source. Hold on. And do I oh no, I still don't have it pulled up, but let me find it. Okay, so it's just let me pull it up to show exactly what it says. So right here it says the Idaho State Lab later located a single source of male DNA suspect profile left on the button snap of the knife sheath. I know
But
a
they
lot of
don't.
people has threw out there about the touch DNA and all this and that, but it doesn't say touch DNA in the PCA. But I don't know where this other channel keeps coming up with 20 sales.
I
I know.
remember hearing something about a number of markers, but I can't remember if it was 20.
Hey, Shay Benet's caught up with us now. Maybe she can come up and talk about that they were talking
Yeah, I know
about. You
she.
said,
Yeah, she's been involved in quite a few conversations about that, and I think she's got a lot of
yeah,
knowledge.
yeah, and she's very sharp.
And she's another one that doesn't state it as fact.
Okay, what was that? I had to mute for a second.
I was just saying Shay Benet's caught up now, so maybe she can come up and explain that with the DNA and all of that, since they
Okay.
were talking about it.
All right, let me put the link in chat for her if she wants to come up.
She's
Let's
sharp
see.
as the tack too, I tell you.
So it was on Dateline thing, or it was YouTube video about the Orthoram lab. Yeah, I don't know where they're coming up with it, but they keep saying about 20 sales, and I'm just like, I've never
I
heard
hadn't heard
Okay,
anything
you
about
that.
have
it.
you have to have at least 20 markers to confirm it's that individual's DNA.
Okay.
And I can send that to you if you like.
Okay, so is how what is a marker equivalent to one cell?
See, that's what I don't know. Maybe Shay can. That's why I was like, maybe
It's
Shay can
called
come up.
it's called an STR test,
Uh-huh.
and it says 20 DNA markers enough to identify the person if their own DNA is already in the system.
So 20 points out of the helix have to match. Is basically
Right.
what that means.
If that's what it's saying here, it doesn't say if you had 19, it's thrown out. If you got 21, you're convicted. It just says it's called the 20 DNA marker,
Okay.
Hey, Shay.
and
What
that's
up,
enough
Shay?
to identify the person.
Okay. Shay, how are you?
I'm good, Scarlett. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Hey, everybody.
Good morning, Shay.
Good morning.
Bright and early, rise and shine.
She's been
Up in
working
the
double
morning,
shifts.
up in the morning
So,
with the
Yeah.
rising sun.
so
Oh,
I haven't been really. I've caught just a minute or two here and there, but I haven't really been on much this weekend. And they said you were talking about the DNA and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
Could you explain that to me, please?
Uh, sure. So, so they were able to detect DNA on the sheath, and they needed to test against it. My theory was, well, not really. I mean, it's based around kind of what they're talking about. Like in the media right away, they were discussing how they were going to start bringing in the hold on, guys. Sorry, I got a plane flying over me. Ancestral genealogy, and it was a big deal because it's the first time that they're using this in a live case. Like it's usually
Yeah.
used in cold
Right.
cases. Well, not usually. That's really kind of where it began, like you guys are explaining with the family tree and making the connection. So it literally is just like a starting point. It's not like the end all. And so I thought that they were going to bring it in because when they were saying it's crime of passion, it's in a college town,
Yeah.
my thoughts were that it could be a young person and most likely may not already be in CODIS. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, with that being said, they identified DNA on the sheath. Now, they probably do have a lot of, evidence, I think, that we haven't seen yet. But I think logically, when it comes to something that would be equipped with a weapon, that they are, by autopsy report saying like, was used for the crime, that would probably, in my opinion, be the best thing to test against, right? That like puts that person there.
Right.
And so they extracted that. Yes, it was a male DNA. They were trying to get Bryan's DNA, but everywhere he went, he had gloves apparently. He was very meticulous about what he touched, what he was doing. And then finally, FBI was able to extract trash that had his father's DNA on it. And so they sent that off. I think that was December 27th. They sent that off to Idaho Labs, and it came back as, the 99.9%. And so with that information, on top of all of the technical data they've been able to put together from surveillance to part of the telephone records that were acquired in the towers there at that time, all of that together, I felt like they were basically building their case for him to be arrested. So once they did enter his home, as you know, like from the evidence that came back, they have the buccal swab. And so test the buccal swab now against the evidence that they have. So I feel like that's where it's going to be the stronger evidence in court, because the probable cause is just enough to get the arrest.
Yeah.
And I feel like
that's
that they
exactly what I
demonstrated
thought.
that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's exactly where my mind was going as well.
Yeah, so it's not claimed that it's not claimed like which genealogy like company used or not used. I think it's just kind of more of along the lines like understanding that this is a type of technology we do have nowadays. It doesn't mean that that's what they're going to hold up in court. They're obviously going to have harder evidence. And I believe there was an interview recently with CC Moore where she was discussing it as well, like how that type of evidence, why it wouldn't be in court and why you would look for others. So,
And the FBI is not going to announce to us all what they have access to. They're not going to do that. They're not
And
going to
they
show that
shouldn't.
card.
Yeah, they shouldn't, in my opinion.
yeah, no, I mean, I don't understand why everybody keeps thinking the PCA is what they're
Everything
pretending
That
like.
they're bringing that into court as what they're going to use to try and get a verdict, get a guilty verdict.
Well,
No.
I feel like that's what they're treating as the court, and
Yeah.
it's not the court. Like,
No.
no, it is not, and it's really bothering me. As I've told Scarlett earlier, I needed a second because I've been really fired up all day on like this
Uh-oh.
case and another one, and I just kind of needed to like calm down because I get really ticked off with the misinformation, but I also love to debunk things. So I do like
Ain't
hearing
that
other
such?
theories.
That is like so much fun when you get to debunk other people's stuff.
Oh, absolutely.
It is. And I'll put my tinfoil hat on with the best of them. I love something that can be, based in some facts and seeing where it can go. Don't get me wrong. But
Right.
there's just crazy stuff that's out there right now that has already been proven otherwise. in the PCA, and it's like, come on, people, like we're just pulling shit out of a hat at this point. Like it is out
Yeah.
of control.
Well, and people grab onto that disinformation and they like won't let go of it.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Well, that and people got to realize their investigative techniques are doing nothing more than bringing them to the next piece of evidence. It's not
Right.
like that technique is what they're presenting in court as the evidence.
Right.
It just got them to the next conclusion or the next step in collection of more evidence.
So, okay, so you said like so he was being very careful. So I I wonder what it looked like when Brian was getting ready to get out of the car with this cup or whatever, and he's like putting on gloves, he's got whatever, and it's like if that's not usual for your son to do, then you would think that they would, you know what, you think that would be weird. It'd be like, hey, something's not right with my son. That's why I'm wondering if maybe he did tell his dad. I mean, because if we're talking about that and then the trash there where he's like putting everything of his in Ziploc bags and throwing their trash away, but not his. What did he do with his trash? We don't know what he did with his trash. I mean, it's just kind of weird. It's like, you have chicken. Well, no, I need my chicken bone, it's not going to go in the trash. I'm going to put it in here. I mean, that's just like a psycho to me to think.
Well, he wouldn't need a chicken bone. He is vegan.
Well, yeah, but you know what I mean. I mean, something, but
Was that the same habit he had back home in Washington when he would eat? He put all of his
that's what I'm wondering.
in a Ziploc and then go throw it in the dumpster. And
Well, according to things that we've heard, he was separating trash in the middle of the night. So what if around his family he tried to act normal, and when everyone was asleep, he took it upon him to handle things otherwise? I mean,
Ding,
I,
ding, ding. Why do you do it in the middle of the night? Exactly. You didn't want him to see. Because it's
Exactly.
not normal behavior.
And so if they're when they're traveling and he's putting on gloves to get out of the car to go into the restroom or gas or whatever, anything that he would touch, and he had gloves on, was that something he's done since, say, COVID or something, or is that something new that he's doing?
I mean, I don't know. I guess it's more of like how society would view it, right? Like if we didn't have like the whole COVID stuff happening and you saw somebody doing that everywhere, that would stand out to you more. But
Right.
in a time, and I believe in an area of the country where I could see that maybe being a more common practice given COVID, like that would probably just look normal and people would look the other way.
Yeah, I mean, I'm talking about his dad.
But apparently he has OCD tendencies according to his family. Like his aunt even interviewed. So
Yeah,
that to them might be like maybe he's being a little neurotic, you know?
that's true.
I mean, it could be normal behavior to them if because of the OCD tendencies.
Yeah, that
Exactly.
makes
But
sense.
if I put myself in law enforcement's position and I'm the guy watching them and I
Right.
see this stuff, the red flags are popping out of the back of my head, like a cartoon.
Absolutely.
Those are actions that, I mean, even with COVID, just aren't quite normal. But I'm sure to the people around him, COVID was a convenient thing.
Yeah.
I would
Yeah,
think.
and Sally, I'm not saying it's a lie. I'm just like speculating that, how that would look. I mean, if it's like normal, but the OCD thing does make sense. But April, you said he's been separating his garbage since he was a little kid. Where did you hear that?
I heard the same thing, that he was recycling, but
Mm-hmm.
recycling is not putting your garbage in a Ziploc bag.
No.
Right. Unless you're putting
If you're-
plastic inside of a plastic Ziploc bag.
If you're concerned about the
But-
environment, you're not creating more
Exactly.
trash. I mean, it's just, you're just not going to do that, I wouldn't think.
But I mean, I've never heard that he done it when he was a kid. But if it's,
I heard if it was on another channel, and I haven't seen it anywhere other than that. So to
okay.
me, that gets not even a grain of salt.
But what if on that other channel somebody didn't catch the full context, Big Al, and that person originally that was talking about it said, "Hey, I got a
What
theory,
if?
guys.
Yeah,
What if he's always done this since he was a kid, but nobody heard that?" And
That's
so now
exactly
they're
what we were
taking this
talking about.
information and think it's fact.
They
It's
grab it as
Exactly.
fact and bring it to another channel, and before you know it, well, I heard on
It's that-
Lost Channel
yeah,
Right.
that someone
it's
said,
that selective hearing.
"Yep,"
Right.
and that's
And
happening a
Iris,
lot.
Iris, I do believe that that crime scene was contaminated with quite a few other people in it. I absolutely do.
Okay, and that's another thing that's like really bothering me. I think I've gotten into this quite a bit with my husband recently. Is no crime scene is ever really going to be perfect when you're coming across this type of thing.
Nope.
Right.
Never. Like you are going to try your best to preserve as much as you can. Preserve. Like I don't know why people think that like one person steps in and the whole thing's done for. No, they have to have a chain of command and attendance of who was there, what they worked on, and they have to test against that and roll people out as well.
Right. And everybody that was in that house at that time, during that time, or anybody else's DNA that they might find in there from a party or whatever, they're going to be tested against it to be ruled out.
Well, I'm sure you had one cop walk in at least and check for signs of life, and if they were smart, they backed out, put the tape up, and said nobody in.
Right,
But
but
we
we're
don't know
talking
what
about
happened. We don't know what happened between 4 and the phone call.
exactly that 8 hours. We have no idea who was there, and it sounds like at least some were there because they made the call from inside the house, and she had to hand the phone off to somebody because she was too hysterical to take it. So, but I'm sure they've ruled everybody else out.
And in this day and age, if there were kids in there, how many pictures did they take?
Right.
I mean, that's probably
Surely
part of the
none.
reason for the blanket, whose phone was in this area at this time, and then they pulled all the data from every one of them.
I'm wondering how many of those kids that has been said that went in there. It's been said multiple kids. I wonder how many of them did take pictures
Yeah. Oh my
or
God.
video.
That would
Well,
be.
you see it all the time. People are getting beaten in the streets, and
It-
people
Oh
don't help
man.
them. They're more
They're too
concerned about a
busy.
TikTok.
Yeah,
So
they're too
true.
busy holding up a phone to video it.
Yeah.
There's a man running around a playground stabbing babies, and only one person helps him, and the rest of the people are worried about their TikToks. This is where we're at.
Yeah. I don't know. We live in a crazy world, y'all. I'm being
Mhm.
We
honest.
do.
Yeah, we're in the fast lane to crazy for sure. We have been for the last 20 years.
I think we passed crazy up like
Well, yeah.
15 years ago.
yeah. We've done come around full circle about 10 other times and passed crazy multiple times.
Point taken.
And the person with the most subscribers is a rock star.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Most
Yeah.
clicks, most likes. Social media really has destroyed our society.
Yeah, it has.
The ability to do what we're doing right now really isn't good for society. But here
No.
we are.
Yeah.
Speaking of social media, can I address a question in the chat?
Yes.
Okay, so to see who's asking me quite a few questions and making allegations of things I've never said.
Wait, who?
C.
Oh, okay. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm just going to read your last one because maybe that's what you intended to ask me. But how do I feel about the 8 hours of Snapchats before 911 is called? I don't know how to feel about any of that because it's not proven. This is hearsay and alleged. I don't know if that exists or doesn't exist.
We've
But
never
if
seen
it does,
screenshots of them.
I would like to know more of why authorities weren't contacted sooner. I think those are normal questions, but again, hearsay. Where is the proof?
I mean, and me and Big Al was up here one night talking about that. People are screenshot happy nowadays, and there's no screenshots of any of these Snapchat stuff going that allegedly went on to prove that it was going on at that time.
Exactly, King Scarlet. She's saying the same thing.
So until it comes out in court and it's proven that there was all these kids and these Snapchat chats going on that morning at that time, I'm just going to take it with a grain of salt.
Well, here's where it comes from. It comes from the warrants. Snapchat was mentioned in the warrants, and people are running with it.
Yep.
But why wouldn't Snapchat be pulled? I mean, you would look
Right.
at
That's
all
what
of
they're
the social
using.
media is on their phones. And I have said that I don't think it's uncommon for teens to talk on Snapchat and out of text, because I do have kids that are older, and that is common for their age. They just think the messages disappear and you can never audit and pull them. I mean, whatever, that's fine. They can think that all they want, but it's not ever really fully hidden. You can have all of that pulled and requested. I've actually had to do it for something personal in our lives, and it can happen. So I don't think it's weird to go in and pull popular social media accounts and chats and all these things for the victims, and then said person of interest, which has now been indicted. So that's normal. I don't know why everybody's acting like you get one warrant and that's like where your, like, I don't know, lottery ticket is, and you're gonna have all the answers there. There's a multiple pieces of evidence that have to come and play and correlate together until you get to trial, and you can hopefully be able to understand how the prosecution is going to lay this out. Then we don't really know, and all we have is the PCA.
I totally agree, and that was very well said, Shay.
I told my niece when she was going to college, I looked her dead in the eye and I said, just remember, nothing digital is ever gone. Ever. Once it's digitized, it's there for the world forever.
Yep.
And she laughed, and I said, I'm serious. Don't do something. Don't record something. Don't make a video of something that you don't intend to see in a job interview
Right.
or later on in your life. Just remember that, because it's true. I mean, now we're in that age where everything we do is saved on a server somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it's crazy now, like you said, in a job interview, everything that they pull on social media, people have lost their jobs because of what they found on social media.
It's the first thing I do when I hire someone. It's the first thing I do. I go straight to their socials.
That makes sense.
And a lot of hiring managers do. And for Fortune 500 jobs, you better believe they do.
Oh, yeah, most definitely. If you're working for a corporation, they're checking out your social media, whether you're already hired or you're being hired, they are checking it.
I plead the fifth on that.
That's why I will work for myself until the day that I die, because if anybody brings up my Twitter, I'm doomed.
I mean,
Good
you want
Lord,
to talk.
if anybody saw our social media, they would think we're like insane and just terrible. Can you imagine?
No, it's just, I mean, it's scary. I mean, it's definitely out there. I mean, I warn my kids of it all the time, like to be really careful about what they're doing. And our biggest thing with them is never turn on your dang location services for apps. Like, please don't. And
Right.
that's just one thing for me, just kind of, figuring out how to best educate them and be safe. Because, for like, I don't know about you guys, but when I walk into somewhere, like I have my eyes on where I'm going into, like a store, I'm locking my car.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
these
100%.
kids nowadays, like heads down on the phone, they're not paying attention to anything going on around them. Where I don't think that's always the case. I mean, I believe, Kaylee's parents described and her sister that she was very aware and she would always take precaution. And I could see that, but not everybody's that way. And you got to kind of be taught these things.
That's
My
true.
dad taught me when I was young, never sit with your back to the door. and never think you're paying too much attention to anything.
That's how my parents raised me too. And it's funny because we go into the restaurant, and the first place I go is I sit someplace where I can see both exits. I do. It's like,
Lady V, that's what my father taught me. He was a fire chief. He says, whatever room you go into, the first thing you do is look for the exits.
exactly.
I just go where I can see out the building. I just need a window.
Well, my mom and dad work for the DEA, so it's like, you're always watching your back,
Do we really think this trial is only going to last 6 weeks or 8 weeks?
Well, I'm on record saying at least 2 months.
You know the lawyers are going to be bringing experts in. Oh, that's splatter. That's not. That means y'all planted this evidence.
Well, let me ask a question about that. So there have been a couple of trials. Now, this is completely a different kind of trial than what we're talking about, but it's a good example. So like with Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, they say, yeah, Amber Heard. I thought I said something bad for a minute. Anyway, they said, okay, you have this amount of time. You have 1 hour and 45 minutes to do your closing speech. You have, 2 hours to do your opening. You have so much time for this and so much time for that. And if you are not finished by the time that your time runs out, you will be stopped, and that will be the end of it. Is that like the new thing that people are doing now? I mean, if this is, if they set it for 6 weeks, are they going to be like, it's 6 weeks, period?
No, I'm sure if they realize as they're going along that it's going to take longer than what they originally have said, then the judge would clear his calendar. Maybe like a few days out. You know what I'm saying? Like a few days at a time, he would just clear the calendar until it was finally over with.
Yeah.
How long did OJ's trial last?
Oh my God.
I seen somebody the other night say something about 11 months.
So yeah, it was like
something like that.
And how much they thought it was scheduled for?
Oh, that I don't know.
I don't know. I was thinking about 6 months.
It was 11 months, and they scheduled it for 13 weeks.
13 weeks? Wow.
That's well, I don't know if that's. Wait a minute. I'm sorry. That might not be fact. But it was 11 months. It went from November 9th to October 3rd.
And I watched every second at that trial.
I watched a lot of it.
I watched every second, and then my husband would go home and we would watch it all over again. I was glued to that. I was just like, wow, that was a crazy, crazy case.
Okay. So Big Al is saying that Bryan's is going to take 8 weeks. So, Che, what are you saying?
Oh my gosh. I can see 8 weeks, but I don't think it'll start with the current date it's set at right now. I think it'll be pushed out. I don't think it'll start October 2nd.
Okay, but you're going to say 8 weeks in, right?
I could see 8 weeks, but I think that they're going to need longer if they're going to be able to do it in 8 weeks.
All right, Riddler, what are you saying?
I'm going to go with 10 to 12 weeks.
You took mine.
Yeah.
Okay, so Lady V, you're saying 10 to 12 weeks also?
Yeah, well, I'm going to say, excuse me, 10 to 13 weeks, maybe longer, but I agree with Shay. I don't think it's going to start when they say it's going to either.
Okay. All right, well, I got all these wrote down, and I'm putting 9 weeks for myself.
Jamie, why does it have to be started by November 22nd?
I love Jamie. She's like one of the queen of all sleuths.
Yes, she is. That's why I'm asking why.
She likes fact check me. Love it.
Well, I think if they don't start it by the Thanksgiving holiday, they won't start it until after the first of the year.
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean,
well, they're not going to sequester a jury through Christmas. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah, so that's why I was asking Jamie. Is there a reason why it would be November 22nd? Is it because of the holidays or?
He didn't waive his rights to the speedy trial, and then didn't waive his right. Gap. Yay!
Oh, by November the 22nd at the least, or at the latest.
Jamie, do I get a prize?
Well, now wait a minute. Was OJ's jury? They went through Christmas, didn't they?
I think
don't know.
When did OJ's
broke
trial
for that.
start?
It started in November. They broke for the holidays, though.
Yeah,
Yeah, but that trial, weren't they sequestered?
that's what I was
Jury?
thinking.
Yeah, they were sequestered, and matter
I
of fact,
thought so.
they could even bring their significant other with them.
Right.
Pillow talk. So I mean, what good was it to sequester them when they could bring a family member over to spend the night, or a boyfriend or girlfriend? You're gonna hear pillow talk, trust me.
I mean, it's pretty. I don't really see them sequestering like they. I feel like it's brought up like it's a normal thing. They really don't.
It's not normal. No, it isn't. But I think in the age of social media and cell phones, in order to get a fair shake, you almost have to have them with no devices and no. Just because you're ordering them not to do it, let's face it, people are hooked on their phones. I mean, and it's everywhere.
Yeah.
And once the trial's going, it's really going to be everywhere. You're not going to be able to open up Facebook. You're not going to be able to open up Twitter. You know, no TikTok.
Everywhere. No YouTube.
You know, so you
Do they
can't.
take their TVs away from them when they're sequestered in a hotel?
Well, they're not allowed to watch television or read the newspaper. And the OJ trial, they actually had a curfew.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Some judges say you can watch television, but not the news.
Yeah.
That's got to be super boring.
Yeah, I'm thinking, and without a phone, good Lord.
Okay, so here it is for the OJ trial. They were sequestered for 265 days, the longest sequestration in U.S. history, costing
Wow.
$2 million.
Oh my Lord.
And I still believe he is guilty.
I do too.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, I'll go to my grave believing that. But once again, now I'm just saying, it's just me here. If I get put on trial for 9 months, who's going to pay my bills?
Yeah, it's.
Yeah.
I'm reading about that now. They got $5 a day for the OJ trial.
That's about what they give you here, like 10, I think.
Yeah,
So-
I think they give 10.
And that's only if you've been on it for 3 or more days.
That doesn't cover your gas to get there and back in most cases.
Well,
It doesn't
that's
cover your
not true.
parking.
That's not true here. I had to go in for jury selection. I didn't. He pleaded out before we had to go. But when I got home, they sent me like, I was like, I was there like, I think, oh God, what was it? It was like $40 or $50 that I got. And I was there like all day long. So I didn't understand that because normally it's supposed to be like $10 a day. So I don't understand what happened with that. But I got more than that for some reason.
But I mean, there's people that have to work. And
Well,
I'm not one
it's
of those. But if you're going to be on there for 9 months and the government or your job is not going to pay you for that, I can see why people fight to get off of it. I walk in there and say, I don't care what y'all say, he's innocent.
Well, the thing of it is my husband we are self-employed. I mean, if he had to spend 9 months, he's the only one that works here. We'd lose everything.
But have you listened to juror selections and some of the questions that the judge asked them?
Yes.
Because they do go through that, and there's many times where I've heard in those juror selections where somebody is like, I am the sole income. I cannot be off for this amount of time, and the amount provided by, say, state or what little part I get from my company, that I will not have the means to be able to, fulfill my obligations to my family. And that would be an easy reason to pull someone out.
Yeah, no,
Like,
I
why
mean,
would you put someone else's life in jeopardy for this when you are doing a service to your community?
oh, absolutely. And I believe in that service. It's just, I mean, he's gone in twice. He's had to serve for a week. And he's the only one that here we had to really, it was hard, I mean, and they were like, I'm sorry, this is your duty as a United States citizen to sit on this trial. And he's tried to get out of them, and they went and they wouldn't let him. I'm sure, though, in this kind of a situation, they probably would.
See, it didn't matter to me when I was in the military because we got paid while we were on jury duty. It's like your
Mhm.
patriotic duty. But
We,
a person,
we
a
get
person,
paid up to a certain amount of time that we serve at my job.
oh, that's great. See, that's what I want to start hearing. But there's certain people out there that don't get paid. And like I said, one of our jurors, when they got off, they had to go work night shift.
Oh wow.
Yeah, how's that grab you? And then come in the next morning sleepy.
It's not common that you have long sessions though. Like I actually think it's more uncommon. Like they tend to wrap up a little bit quicker than people think. I think we feel like it's forever when we're watching the dang trials all day. Like I
Yeah.
got into Murdaugh, but it was just so long. Like,
Well, they
Yeah.
removed 4 people from the Simpson jury. I forgot all about this. They got busted watching TV in the hotel room
Yeah.
together
On what trial?
on the OJ trial,
Oh,
and they caught them watching TV, and they did not get dismissed or allowed to go home for any reason. They were in that hotel through the whole sequestration. I did not know that. I thought they got to go home for like Christmas and shit.
that's
That's
gotta be
rough.
boring though.
That's rough, man. Life in a hotel is nothing to be proud of.
See, I get it. I wish everybody could do their patriotic duty to serve on a jury. But for a lot of people, you're gonna put my family out in the streets for this. And Shay brought up a good one. That was only brought up in federal court when I went to that one, jury duty. But when I was in state, that was never asked. When we were in the state court, all they were asking is, "Do you know any of these people? The defendants? Do you have any relatives work for the police department, state attorney's office, or public defender's office?" And the only lady I know who stood up, she says, "I can't look at blood," because we had an attempted murder trial. And she says, "I can't look at the red stuff." So, but she wasn't picked as a juror.
Eric said you can sell your story after the trial.
Well, yeah,
No.
if you got a good one like Casey Anthony.
If you ever want to get out of jury duty, just get your doctor to prescribe you water pills and tell the judge, "Okay, but I'm going to be pissing my pants every 12 minutes."
You know
Well,
And there's nothing I can do about it.
one of the jurors that was on Lori Vallows, because he did an interview with Nate Eaton and Lori's attorneys heard the interview, they have now asked for a retrial
Oh my
Mhm.
goodness.
because of that interview, because he claimed that the jury instructions were hard to understand, and there was some other things that he said or whatever, so her attorney went in and asked for a retrial.
If I were ever a juror on a high profile case, I would just remain anonymous. Like, just
Yep.
you'd have to do it, move on, because I feel like
Yeah.
that stuff just haunts you
Yeah, your
inside in your mind, because you got to think like they're seeing things that we may never see, and videos and graphic images. And I mean, that's hard. Like, we like true crime, and so maybe we're not like desensitized, but we're also kind of understanding it's part of the process. But for most folks, that's very disturbing.
If I had to watch something about kids, any kind of abuse or anything with kids, I couldn't do it. Couldn't do it.
No, the emotions would be
I couldn't do it. I just
Yeah, it
could
would
not.
be.
No way. I'd look right at the judge and go, "That son of a bitch is guilty." I just, I couldn't do it.
Scarlett, what's your question?
I was typing it out, but I'll go ahead and ask it. So it says we have like 246 people in here, but only 130 likes. So my question is like y'all's finger broken? Can y'all just not use it? Is the like button not working or something?
Even with stitches, you can click the little thumbs up. I know you
Oh,
can. Use your other
yeah.
hand.
Okay, so I'm gonna go to my other YouTube channel.
Okay.
It's gonna be under Nail Elegance, so that's me, and I'm gonna give you another like on there,
Okay.
and you get more watch time too.
Well, thank you.
That's a
You're
good
welcome.
idea. I'm gonna do that too.
Thank you, Ashes.
So what happened with your finger, Big Al?
I decided that at the end of cutting brisket for the day, that I was gonna try and whack my thumb off.
Oh no.
That's what
I wasn't-
everybody wants to do.
I wasn't paying attention. I had too many people talking to me, and I was stupid, and I deserved it because I broke every rule that I tell everyone that works for me, and I cut my thumb.
Oh no. Well, I'm
And then
Sorry to hear
I
that.
was laughing with him yesterday, and then I felt bad once I found out how bad his finger was.
It's what it is.
So how
Like,
bad
did
was it?
you
Was
lose
it
a
like,
tip of it?
No, I sliced my thumb basically just under my thumbnail
oh,
and up and around. It basically if you're gonna cut your thumb off at the first knuckle, that's where I cut it.
Oh my
Ow.
god.
And when it rolled forward, it cut it to under where your fingerprint is. Because I
Mhm.
tried to pull my hand back as my right hand was going forward.
Oh my
So I
gosh.
actually made it worse by the way I jerked my hand back, because I jerked it back along the blade.
See, you got me at that whole fingernail. Oh my
They
god.
like disinfectant. Says Al, pay attention. Signed your mom.
Well, I mean, it cost me money, not just for the stitches, but I had to throw a lot of food away because
Oh
it instantly
man.
everything from that one side over. I mean, the people that were working next to me reacted fast, so I had a towel on it like really quick. But
You didn't offer a finger fillet discount.
finger discount,
Steak with a side of finger.
Five fingers.
free finger
Oh my
food tonight
god.
at Big L's.
Oh Lord.
No, I mean it's I broke every rule, and the rules are there for a reason, and they apply to me too. And I screwed up, so I paid the price. It is what it is. They're gonna
Ouch.
give me shit about it for weeks.
Oh, I'm sure.
I mean, the employees are not letting up on me at all already. So I mean, yeah, no kidding, Eric. Good thing I wasn't using a K-bar to cut brisket, because I probably wouldn't have my thumb anymore. Actually, I mean, the knife that I was using is one of the sharpest knives I've ever owned. So I'm feeling really fortunate that I didn't actually cut my thumb off.
Oh, I'm glad you're okay. And
Yeah,
I think this saying goes, what is it? My mom used to always say, like, do as I say, not as I do. Like, know your place.
I'm triggering people, so we're gonna stop talking about me whacking off my finger.
Yeah, that was like I said, you had me at the whole fingernail thing.
No, I don't know. That stuff don't bother me because I'm just weird.
Mary, I'm in Minnesota right now. Mary, I'm paying $5.29 a pound for prime brisket, and it's going up.
Wow. Well, I just pulled out the computer. I'm about to go down the rabbit hole of some stuff with this case.
Yeah, them rabbit holes can get interesting.
This one's brutal, man. It's like I said before. It's not just there's U-turns and then there's roundabouts, and we're stuck on the roundabout. It's just everybody's going around in circles and circles and circles on everything, and a lot of that is because there's no real new information. Like I said earlier, we're stuck on this thing where we're not gonna. There's certain days when we're not gonna hear anything, and people are gonna start making shit up so they got something to talk about. They do it with every case.
It's gonna. Yeah.
Could you read the back chat, please?
Yeah. 1 second. Okay, hold on, y'all. Y'all can. I'm gonna answer her back here. Y'all can go ahead and finish talking.
I think that Big Al, it's kind of like I don't know what they're expecting to get at this point. It's like no one wants to accept what is that due process has to allow itself. The gag orders are in place.
You said it. Accept what's already here. This is what we've got. We'll find out more, and then we'll move on with the analysis of what the actual evidence is,
Yeah.
like we always do.
Yeah. I'm just hoping and praying that from the time that Dylan saw him till the time that they called Ellie, there's like a really good reason. I mean,
I think even when we find out, like it might be an aha moment. I don't know how people are going to feel.
Let me get this straight again. Let's see. According to the affidavit, she's in a shock phase. And what time was that? 4:15, 4:25, 4:30?
5, yeah.
Okay, now at what time did she start calling her roommates? That was before then, wasn't it? Around 4 o'clock, 4:15. What time did she start calling the other
I don't know that I heard
roommate?
what time.
So we don't know that time, do we?
Not that I remember hearing.
Okay,
that's
what,
hearsay. We don't have it like confirmed yet. That's just what we've heard from family members.
Okay, so wait, what time are we asking for?
I was asking what time, and once again, like Shay said, it comes from family members. What time did Dylan start calling her roommates?
Apparently, according to Kaylee's mom, Dylan never called Kaylee that morning.
Okay. Did she call Maddie or Xana or?
That I don't know, but according to another YouTuber who has talked to Kaylee's mom, they said that, or Chrissy, which is Kaylee's mom, said that.
Allegedly talked to her mom.
Oh no, it came out that it's proof.
Yeah,
Oh.
she came on video and said
she
it, so.
she put a video out and said that she did. But apparently she told this YouTuber that Dylan never called Kaylee. Now I don't know about the other ones, but she knew about Kaylee, but of course because they were able to get into her phone and see her records and stuff like that.
Yeah, and I don't know why people are thinking that the Gonzaleses have Kaylee's phone. That is going to be within evidence. I'm sure they were able to get into her Apple account and look at iMessages and stuff.
Yes,
like that.
because they said from the very beginning, I believe it was Olivia said that she was able to get into Kaylee's account because they were all on, like not
the
Olivia, but
sharing.
the family. They all were on the same plan or whatever.
I'm surprised as hell they did not lock her portion of the account down, so the family couldn't leak anything, or somebody else couldn't break in and leak it. I mean, look how normal it is for somebody's iCloud to get hacked these days.
Yeah,
it's not abnormal anymore.
You bring up a good point. I could see that being reason why they want to continue having the gag order over the family, and why the state is not giving clarity of whether they're potential witnesses or not. That's a good point, Abigail.
Because potentially any of the family members could have access over their children's phone records or accounts, or whatever's out there in the cloud.
Mm-hmm.
True.
And putting something like that out there, I mean, it would just take a little thing to screw the prosecution. The family might think they're doing the right thing by debunking some rumor online, and it could really screw things up. I mean, I think we read too much into this gag order. I think we all think it's just to keep us in the dark, and that really is probably the least of their concerns.
Yeah, I agree.
I think it's to preserve evidence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But again, I'm surprised they didn't lock that portion of her account down. I really am.
I just think that they need to lift the gag order, or maybe not completely, but to a certain extent amend it so they can come out and address some of these crazy rumors that they can actually talk about, that won't hurt the case? Because there's
I
got to
think that
be something.
you have to have a marshal of information saying, okay, this will or won't hurt the case. I think realistically, until the jury is sitting in the box, that gag order is the smartest thing that judge can do if they really want to get a solid conviction if this guy did it.
I completely agree with you, Big Al.
And I hate it. I don't like it. But to
These-
get a good jury, I think that's what they need.
Well, I mean, to be honest, like as I'm thinking through this, like, once that phone is obtained by Ellie, it's going to take some time to get into it. They're going to, ask the family for the passwords. Well, if this were to happen to one of my children, knowing how I am, of course, I'd be grieving, but I would be on the mission to find out as much as I can. And I would have done the same thing.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure. Without a doubt. But you don't know who's going to react and how with that information and what they're going to do with it. Like I said, one little thing they could think it's harmless, but it could hose the whole case.
Yeah.
They're not
I think
lawyers.
I think the family realizes that. I think that they were the interviews and things that we've seen, and I'm not sure, like, there is no time for healing, but I guess I feel like people are expecting them to interview like they are experts and professionals into something, and it's got to be on point, but like they are also speaking with emotion. They're going through their grievances, and I was having like a really hard time with, some people tearing apart like Steve's timeline versus Christie's. I'm like, good gracious, guys. Like, could you imagine? I mean, like everything would just seem like it melted together at one point,
Right.
like your whole world just stopped. A part of that world of your family. Like, give them a break. And I do think that the Gonzalez family was actually very reactionary in their interviews. And until they started seeing the crap that was going on with the interviews with Kathy, the coroner, and all of them, like, they weren't really coming out. I think they came to like fight back and push for more answers. They didn't feel like that they were getting that support. And I think the smartest thing they ever did was hiring Shannon to help them understand that legal process better. Because I think that knowing that is available, what a wonderful support system to have on your side,
Yeah, because I mean, realistically, they don't want to say anything that's going to hurt this case.
No, they want justice just like all the other parents, but everybody grieves
Right.
differently.
Right.
I wouldn't trade places with them.
No, but that's like people saying the stuff that they're saying about Ethan's parents. When they said that they wasn't going to the trial, people just, or not everybody, but there was some people that went crazy over it because they don't want to go to the trial. But that's their decision. That's just the way they choose to heal.
Yeah, and they can't win
Yeah.
for losing. I mean, the Gonsalves family, people think they're talking too much. They think Ethan's family isn't talking enough. I mean,
yeah.
which one is right?
It's kind of
they
one
all
of those,
feel
you're damned if
different,
you do, or you're damned if you
Exactly.
don't. Yeah.
And people are going to complain no matter what.
Yep. They can't
Folks, we
please
need to- we
everybody,
need to-
so
We need to stop stating things in chat that aren't fact as facts.
let me
That
get
needs
back
to
over.
stop. I removed a couple comments because they weren't facts and they were being stated as facts. If you have a theory, word it as, here's my theory. That's all you need to say.
Or you could put IMO, in my opinion.
In your opinion.
Yes.
But stating things as fact is just not right. If they're not facts, they're not facts. So
And
please.
if one of the mods removes a comment, don't question the mod on why it was done.
And please don't ask the person to repeat the comment. It was removed for a reason.
That's why I started throwing the all comments thing in the chat. I was like, "Ooh."
Yeah, I mean, it's fine to post something if it's your opinion, that is completely fine. But if you don't have any proof to back up anything that you're saying, please do not state it as a fact. Because that's how a lot of this stuff that I have been griping about with these other channels that is how this gets started.
Yeah, they take a snapshot. I mean, they take a screenshot of it, and you don't know where on earth it's going to end up because it's just that one little area that you can read.
Right. Michelle, I don't know if I have a rules commands for Nightbot. I'll have to go back and look. Or do I have a rules command? Y'all, it's sad when I don't even know all my commands. I've got them written down somewhere, but I don't know where I put them at.
All I know is sit, stay, and roll over.
Sit, beg.
Let's see. Every family grieves differently. What works for one family to get through grief may not be for another. I mean, yeah, it's, you know, if the Gonsalves family feels the need that they need to speak out and be a voice for Kaylee and Maddie, or even all four of these kids, then more power to them. And if the Chapin family feels that they need to stay away from the negativity, the court process part of it, and they just want to put out positive things about Ethan and their family, let them do that too. You know, it's what the Gonsalves family is not, what they're doing is not wrong, and it's not wrong what the Chapin family are doing. Just because people out here don't agree with that way they're doing things doesn't mean that they're doing it wrong.
I'm sorry, I'm reading your mods. They're like, we're trying.
Wait, what is it? Is it not working again?
They put rules. They're trying to pull up the rules.
Nightbot is on his own schedule right now.
Let me see.
I'm guessing Nightbot is in Minnesota and they just legalized marijuana and he might be a little wrecked.
Hold on. Let me see if I have a rules command, because I did take some of the older commands off. No, I don't have a rules one. So that might have been one that I took off. Okay. But yeah, if they remove your comment, it was done for a reason, and don't question them or ask for it to be reposted. Let's see, chat is pretty good here. That's why. Yeah, as King Scarlet, it was one of them that I probably took off. Because there was some that I had on there that I didn't need.
Well, I think you get to the point in cases, Scarlett, where you got a group of folks that really feel strongly about a theory that goes against the grain, and I swear they get together in groups and they go from chat to chat to chat, just like plant seeds everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
I agree.
Yep.
And I could see quite a few of them in here. I've seen them in other chats. I don't chat in every chat. Sometimes I just work and lurk, and I recognize them.
Yeah.
So good on you guys, but like, let's just be clear of what our opinions and what are facts, because that's not right. Especially, you know, that the families are watching content and taking this in. Like, how hurtful is it for some of this stuff to go around and be spread? It's just awful.
Especially, what really irritates me is what they're putting out about the girls and the house and it being the drug situation and all that. And there is absolutely no proof about any drug thing going on with these girls in this house. And Kaylee's mama even said she doesn't think that Kaylee would have been there if there was something like that going on. And I may not be verbatim what she said, but Kaylee wasn't into that type of thing, is what she said.
Recreational usage is normal in college. If you haven't been around it, I don't know what kind of fun you were having in college, but that is normal.
But
I watched people do a lot of things in college that I wouldn't personally do. But it was there.
But saying that
doesn't make it a trap house.
Right. Or saying because of Xana's mama's history that Xana was a dealer. I mean, come on now. Or that they know for a fact of what Maddie told Adam. Like, you literally was not there in the corner club when Maddie told Adam everything. I mean, you know, come on now. You don't know what was said, and people are posting that in different chats as facts, and it's irritating. Or some people in my chat go to other chats and they listen to other creators, and there may be something that they don't believe, or they question about what that creator says, so they come and they ask me, and then I have to debunk what the other creator said. And that's, it's just ridiculous that there's creators out there who will put out crazy stuff.
You know what I also think is just completely disgusting is the fact that I don't remember the name of it. I'm sorry. I'm 61 and not up on this thing, but what is that thing that they're saying that the girls might be into, that group thingy where um
Talking about being on the internet.
fans
Oh, the
fans only?
OnlyFans?
OnlyFans.
Yeah. I mean, why should, just because they're beautiful and they take pictures that are stylized to make them look the best they can? They're girls. They're going to do that. They want to look their best in their pictures. Just because they do that doesn't mean that they're, uh, only fans. And if they are, who?
Well, I mean, people have went and scoured social media looking for Kaylee's social media, whether it's Instagram, TikTok, or whatever. They found Xana's, they found Maddie's. Where's the OnlyFans accounts?
Right.
I haven't seen any of them. Have y'all
Nope.
seen any of them?
Nope.
No.
So why not post why not show that receipt instead of just throwing it out there that these girls had OnlyFans accounts?
Yeah.
OnlyFans, from what I understand, it's not only something that is sexual. There is, from what somebody in here the other night was talking about, there's all different kind of things that they do on OnlyFans.
Yes, it's not just that kind of world over
Right.
there.
I mean, I know a girl that actually does that, and there's absolutely no sexual business at all in it.
I mean, but where's it at? Where's the proof that they had an OnlyFans account? We know that they had Instagram and TikTok and all this and that. They people plastered that all over YouTube and everything else.
I mean, and I mean
Facebook groups.
that started like right almost at day one
Yeah,
when they started seeing the pictures of these beautiful girls and how they're posing themselves and all of that. They automatically assume something dirty. Why? Why do we always have to go to the negative, terrible stuff about people?
because there are people on social media who are not happy with their own life, and they're miserable, and they want to bring other people down with them, and they get satisfaction
Yeah.
from talking shit about people who have been murdered, and they don't care what they say about them. They don't care if they're disrespecting them or disrespecting their family. They don't care because they are miserable their own self.
I agree. I totally agree with that. So is that what I stopped in for a few minutes and I was lurking for like 15 minutes last night? And is that what you were doing when you were doing all those receipt thingies last night, is trying to debunk some of this stuff?
Yeah, about the car. Was that when you came in?
Yeah, you were just showing
Yeah,
and you
that's what
showed
I was
like
doing.
the cases of interest and stuff as well.
Oh no, the case summary thing. Riddler had asked about, oh, what was it called, Riddler? A victim's notification
Yeah,
thing.
we did the victim's notification statement, and we found, and once again I saw this from another channel. I wanted to see if it was bogus or factual, and we found that everyone received a notification except for Bethany, and I just want to know why she didn't get one.
Right. Did you find out the answer?
No, you'd have to ask the court.
Oh, okay. I just wondered when.
Well, you would have to ask the state attorney, or well, they call it a district attorney there. You'd have to ask the district attorney why wasn't one sent to her, and I'm sure it was. It could just be a typing error, but it shows all the initials of people who received a victim's notification.
Right, I
And,
know exactly what you're talking about.
right, but
And see,
we can't find where she was supposed to get one. And maybe it's in there and it's hidden, but it was brought up on another channel that I watched, and they spent a pretty good piece on it, and they went through it with a fine-tooth comb and couldn't find it. But
For what?
it's called a victim's notification. if you're a victim of a crime, at least here and I guess there, maybe everywhere, the state attorney will send you information about what happened or the status of the your attacker. He's in jail. He bonded out. He's elected to go to. He's in jail and he's elected to go to trial, etc. And that's what a victim's notification usually is.
And
Yeah,
I
I've re-
do remember seeing that, and that's what I was telling Riddler last night. I remember seeing that a while back because we were going through trying to figure out who like each one of the initials belonged to,
right.
but for some reason they are not. There's no links for them anymore on the Idaho website, so I don't know if they took them off or if they just. Or, well, obviously they had to have taken them off, but if they just took it where it's not public or what.
Right. And I want to say something, and before I say it, I'd like to preface this by saying I'm not all that in a bag of chips. I'm not praising myself or anything, but if you have something like this where you only catch bits and pieces of something and you have a question, you should ask what it was about before you start speculating. And I think that happens a lot in a lot of different chats. People pop in for a little bit, they hear this and that, and they take it, and then their speculation starts running wild.
Hold on, y'all. I'm just reading something real quick. Okay.
I think that there is just people that enjoy to go against the grain, no matter what it
Yeah.
is,
Yes.
troll and
Yep.
cause havoc. I mean, you see it
Get
in
reactions. I've
Mhm.
seen it in other chats, and it's
Yeah.
Clickbait. It's just clickbait.
It's just up to you how you decide to react to it. And I mean, I'm not gonna lie, like I have like, a couple of really close friends that are content creators that like one, like I've never seen really react to very opposing nutty theories, in my opinion. Like kind of lets things go as long as it's respectful. I mean, and the other day was having to address it at hand and alive, and that normally doesn't happen for that person. Like it's getting to them, the
Right.
people in there and saying it. It's like just okay, everybody has a right to their opinion, but my question, and I think we all like have this to like be accountable for, is like where do you have your moral boundaries and lines? Like it's got to be somewhere. I mean, just irritating the crap out of people and spreading bullshit, it's too much. Like get the heck out, go.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, is there a
Sorry.
certain no, you're good. Is there a certain company that owns OnlyFans?
I don't know.
I'm trying to see if there was a warrant that was done for them. I don't think it was, but
I think it's a private entity. I don't know. I'll look in.
okay.
OnlyFans is owned by Phoenix, Fenix International Limited.
Okay. So it's not going to be Match Group or Meta platforms.
Mm-mm. Meta is what, Facebook group?
Yeah, I think so.
That's their parent company, isn't it?
Okay. All right. So I don't have to worry about going through all of those. So I don't think there
Okay,
was.
so in 2018, a Ukrainian American businessman bought OnlyFans, who operated in the porn industry prior to buying OnlyFans.
It doesn't look good, but there's nothing connecting these people to
To
that
that,
site.
right?
That's what's so disappointing. Like, so what? They're beautiful kids, and like they seem to be like, I don't know, in their best next steps of life. Like that's amazing. Like nothing to be jealous of these kids and drag their names and stuff. Like, I mean, goodness gracious, let the dead have their dignity.
I don't even see an OnlyFans
It's not
warrant.
listed anywhere. I don't see it either.
So why? I mean, if they had OnlyFans accounts, I do believe there would be a warrant
I think it
out
came up
there.
because it sounds good.
Yeah.
I mean, it was something that got everyone's attention, and people started running with it, and it went from
Well, people need to grow. People need to grow the hell up and quit spreading rumors about kids who are deceased. Seriously, it's
Amen. They're not there to
ridiculous.
defend themselves. It's not fair.
Now, if there was a warrant for an OnlyFans account and it said one of these 3 girls are Dylan or Bethany, okay, then I might say, okay, well, maybe they did have an account. But there's not even a search warrant. So how are y'all getting that these girls had OnlyFans accounts? If they did, there would be a search warrant for it. People just need to do their own flipping research for once and quit listening to all these YouTube creators who are putting out a bunch of bullshit for clicks and views and money in their pocket.
Exactly.
I'm trying not to cuss tonight, but seriously.
And I'm the one that's fired up, so you just feel free to mute me. I'm being calm.
No,
for
you're
right
good.
now.
You're fine because it's ridiculous, and people will literally go to another channel. They will listen to what this creator is saying. They think that it is gold, and think that it's like it can't be a lie, and they run with it. And they will go to other chats and they will throw their narrative because they believe this creator, and they will throw their narrative. And then when somebody don't agree with them, they get pissed off about it. But yet they have no way to back up what they're saying.
It's like a cult, like a mob mentality. Like you riled up everyone to believe something, but you didn't question anything. So to me, you're just a sheeple, and you're like a mockingbird, just repeating everything. Like find it out yourself, check it, or shut it. Sorry.
Yeah, and don't think because I'm talking quietly that I'm not fired up, because I really am. I'm just trying to stay low key here. I'm
seen
too
it
tired to get all
recently.
fired up.
Well, there's 2 lives going on, and I've had them both open, both chats open on one of my screens, and the same person who's been in here is in another live spewing the same stuff that they're saying in another chat, And I mean, I've seen it. So you're right. There are people that just go from chat to chat, just stirring shit up.
And that's ridiculous. And people can come here and post and give, I don't care if you agree with me or if you don't agree with me, because I don't think, people don't have to agree with me. I'm completely fine with that. It's always a agree to disagree thing. But when there's other people who don't agree with you and then you start attacking those people for it, that's where I draw the line. Because people can come in here, they can give their opinions and their theories without having to worry about the fact of getting bashed. But if you're going to state something as a fact, you need to bring proof. Otherwise, you need to put in my opinion or I think or something like that. Don't go posting it as a fact.
And that's absolutely one reason why I love this channel.
And I try not to get upset, but when it comes to victims and their families, people, I can't have people disrespecting them. I can't.
And this rant brought to you by the thumbs up button. Please go ahead and click that.
See, did I miss something? I had to go make strawberry milk. Oh, no, Betty Joe, I'm just on a rant. That's all. And I try not to rant too much, and I'm trying not to cuss as much as I did on here.
This is a good rant, though, Scarlett. This is something that needs to be said, and if it's got to be said daily to get people in check, then it should be said daily on every channel that cares.
But the thing is, though, we're adults here.
Well,
I shouldn't even have to say it. That's what's sad, is that we're adults here, and we have adults with what they get in chats and they act like they got the mentality of a 5-year-old who's throwing a temper tantrum because they ain't getting their way.
Have you seen some of the adults on the news lately? Come on.
Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous.
Don't mean shit anymore.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I love everybody in here. But if I would rather speak the truth and put the facts out and have 5 people in my chat than have 400 or 500 to 1,000 people and spew misinformation.
Like I told Melissa J today when I was listening to her live, which is a lot like yours.
Mm-hmm. Melissa J is cool.
She does a great job. And Shay, you do a good job on her lives too, by the way.
Thank you. We derailed at the end.
I said to her today, I would rather have 5,000 people on a channel that are good people than 10,000 that suck.
Right.
Absolutely.
I would
Melissa
rather
said
see a
this.
channel grow organically with good people, like yours has been, than have
Mm-hmm.
10,000 people flood in because of one bullshit comment or one
Right.
bullshit video. I just there's too many of them out there like that.
And I
And
mean,
then they beg for money.
Well,
yeah.
that we won't even get into that because I could go on to that for 2 days.
Melissa J, I tell you, I really do have a lot of respect for her.
she's very sweet.
She
Yeah.
is.
And one thing that you will never hear on my channel, y'all, if y'all hear me begging for money, you know that I'm sick and I've gone rabid, and you need to tell Charles to do something with me, because I would never, ever, 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 ever beg somebody for money. I wouldn't do that. It's just it's ridiculous how people will get on here.
It's the YouTube
Just,
grift, and some of them are really good
it's,
at it.
Oh
yep,
yeah,
They'll use their kids, they'll use their parents, they'll use anything they can.
yep,
absolutely.
and it's ridiculous.
And I'm not
Um,
talking about one channel. I'm talking about like
oh
a
no,
whole
there's a lot of
legion of
channels.
channels.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not just one channel that does this. There's a lot of different channels, and my channel is growing, but it's slowly growing, and I'm okay with that, because my thing is, if it's slowly growing, I know that I have authentic people in here,
Yeah. Well,
and they're good people.
and it's like to bring up Grizzly True Crime. Hers is the same way. I mean, she doesn't allow any of that stuff in there at all. I mean, she and her chat is very respectful to each other.
Right.
And there's good people in there. They disagree and they respectfully, disagree, and that's fine. But I mean,
Yeah,
it's
Grizzly's got a good
somebody.
channel.
Yeah, it's somebody that you can trust, that if she says something, she's going to have receipts to back it up,
Right.
That's
just
like
like
actually
you.
that's the only over 100K sub content creator that I like am a member of and subscribe to. I like smaller chats. I don't
Yeah, I do too.
subscribe to Grizzly to chat. Like it's more I just enjoy her.
I
But
do too.
I like the late night like environment here.
Absolutely.
And I see a lot of people that like we kind of all run around together. I mean, that's what I was talking to Wilby. Like we all know each other, and I think when you see people you feel more comfortable, and like that could be a good space. And I
Right.
like having the different personalities of creators. Like I know if I go to Melissa Jade, I'm gonna hear how she feels in her Italian Long Island accent, and then I know when I come here, Scarlett, like if I get an F-bomb, you're really mad, like so
Right.
it's
Exactly.
everybody has their own thing. They all have great, like, I think you guys all have really good views, but I think what made me feel most comfortable was that like when a creator always says like we'll say like don't take what I'm telling you as fact, like look it up yourself. Like I
Yeah.
don't need somebody
Exactly.
preaching to me and trying to get me onto a narrative that isn't even plausible. It's not
Hmm.
based in fact. It's just not right. And I think that I'm all for getting out there on the conspiracy side, but just be careful and be kind to each other. Just because someone disagrees with you doesn't mean that like you have to go on a damn rant, and I don't want to
Exactly.
sound like I am, but I think it's what I'm so angry about today that I've gotten pumped up is just there's so much hearsay that is just detrimental to the victims and their families.
And
That's what I can't get
yeah.
past.
Real quick, Ashes, thank you so much for gifting those memberships. That is very nice of you. Thank you. And Protect It, thank you for the super chat. And she says that you have an awesome channel. Well, thank you. I have an awesome channel. I have awesome subs. I have awesome, just everybody, panel guests, everything. For the most part, people who come in here are just, they're very respectful. They're just all around great people. There's somebody that, that I would go hang out with and go to lunch with or whatever. And there's not
Oh
a whole
yeah.
lot of people that I would associate with like that, because for the most part, there's just crazy people out there. But everybody who is in here, I could see myself being friends with them for many years.
Well, I have
Oh,
to say, from the first night that I came, I came with Joe,
Mm-hmm.
And he just happened to mention it, and I came in here, and I think Shay does the same thing, and then I came back, and I kind of lurked here and there and kind of watched your channel and all that. And one thing that really drew me to your channel was the spirit, the atmosphere of your channel. You can feel when you go into different, at least I can, when you go into different chat rooms, you can feel the spirit of that creator in the chat if
Oh,
you
for
listen,
sure.
you know?
Because if they're all tense and mad at the world, like y'all can get that. There's a lot of chats that I've went into, and I'll just go in and be like, say hi to people, and it's almost like the chat doesn't, they ignore you, which
Yeah,
is what I love about my chat, because I like the new mods that I have. I never even had to tell any of them, hey, yo, whenever somebody comes in the chat, make sure you say hi to them, make them feel
right.
welcome. It just came instantly. I modded them up, and boom, somebody comes in, hey, how you doing? Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for becoming a
Right.
member. And that's the type of people that I want to surround myself with. And,
Absolutely.
it just came natural. And Mikey S., thank you so much for becoming a member and welcome to the family. And Megan L., thank you for being a member for 2 months. And she says, thank you for keeping me company every afternoon. Well, you are very welcome. And thank you for joining us
Well,
every
she must
night.
be oh, I was like, he must be somewhere else. And that's one thing too that I love about your channel is you give a place for us night owls to come and just really, relax and chit chat about everything. And
Oh yeah, I've always worked from home. I've always worked at night. I did work during the day a couple of times because I was on like a shift work and I hated it. I'd much rather sit up all night than sleep all day.
oh, me too.
That's just, I don't go anywhere unless I absolutely have to. I'm a
Yeah.
homebody. You know,
Amen.
and if I have to buy something, I go online and do it.
Yep.
So I'd much rather sleep all day. That's always been my thing. I've never been
Yeah.
a morning person. Like, you wake me up early in the morning, I am grouchy for the rest of the day. Uh,
Scarlett, will
uh,
we ever see a witness list?
um, hmm.
Both sides.
Witness list isn't decided till you get closer to
Yeah, to
trial.
the trial. Maybe if they do release it, I would say probably like the day that it starts. If that, I don't know. Because like Lori Vallow, they didn't release the witness list that I saw. We just kind of, each day that we got to hear the audio, um, or watch the live tweets from like Nate Eaton and all that, they would say who is going to be on the stand for that day. But I don't know how they're going to do it in this case. I hope that they release one because I want to know who the witnesses are going to be.
And I was just wondering because, well, we'll find out if that gag order gets lifted.
I know I keep going back to it, but this thing does bother me too, Riddler, with this thing with Bethany. I really wonder why everything's so different with her.
I think they just wanted more from her. Like they wanted to find out more about what she knows. Obviously the defense has to do their job and protect the rights of their client. You don't want it to get to the point to where he is filing an appeal because, he had poor counsel.
No,
I
I know,
want
I
I want the
understand.
defense to do like everything and ask all these questions. If they
Oh,
don't feel like what they've been given is enough.
oh, absolutely. I totally agree. And I didn't mean to make it sound like I think she's involved in any way at all. It's just kind
Right.
of weird that we see all of this for everybody else. And then when it comes to Bethany, it's like a little different. It's just, it makes you wonder, like, maybe she doesn't know much at all. Maybe she was asleep through the whole thing. I mean, who knows? It's just, you just, kind of think
There, there,
about it
there
here and
could
there.
there could be something in their statements that just brought more questions, and they wanted just to
Yeah.
kind of clarify that. That's all I took it as. I actually felt like it was pretty standard but of course, it'll blow up and be something else,
Well, didn't they use
Right.
the word exculpatory?
Yeah, I believe they
Yes.
did.
That's the part. If they just said we want to question them, no problem.
That got the whole YouTube universe fired up. That them using that word.
Oh yeah,
It did. It was like dropping
yeah,
a freaking bomb on a party.
yeah.
Just everybody's fired up about that now.
I
Hey,
don't.
Scarface, how are you? I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying hi to Scarface. You're good. Go ahead.
I just don't understand. I'm wondering if it's like if you're sitting here talking to somebody who works in the legal field and they see all kinds of criminal cases and they see this wording, they might just say that's normal. But nope, not in YouTube world and Twitter and everywhere
No.
else. Like you
Nope.
hold on to that and you run with it.
It's a mushroom cloud.
That's a
Yeah.
big word, Do y'all know what that means? It means, and it's just like, oh my gosh.
Oh, Gina Murray. I hope it was a good dream.
Yeah, I don't make the mistake of falling asleep to this channel anymore. I'll tell you that right now.
A lot of
Why?
people fall asleep to this channel.
I wake up arguing with people.
It's not
Well,
my fault.
And
your
it's usually not even
voice.
about what the chat was about. It just puts my brain in a mode where I want to argue with people, and I don't know why, because I really don't argue with anybody here. But
Well, Charlotte has. God, I did it again. Scarlett has the most calming, peaceful voice.
yeah, she does.
I can see why. Even
Until
when
I get
she's fired
upset.
up. No, even when you're fired up, it sounds like a cute little person being upset.
I try not to get upset much, though, honestly.
Yeah, life is too short.
Well, I get on this tendency, and Troll can tell you this. If I can get mad about some stuff, and I don't know when to shut up. And so that's
I know how that feels.
so
When I
that's
finally
why I
lose
don't.
it, when I finally lose it, that's how I am too. It's like when I finally lose it, oh yeah.
Yeah, so that's why I try not to do it, and then it spill over after the live, and Troll has to hear about it.
Oh, poor guy.
She gets off the chat and turns around and Troll's putting on his headgear and putting on a mouth guard. Like, get in. All right, let the beatings commence.
Putting on his Darth Vader mask. I can't
No,
do it.
I don't know. Some things like just piss me off really badly and disrespectful. Being disrespectful to the victims and their family, especially after what these families have gone through. That's a very good way to upset me.
Yeah,
And there's
I
no
agree.
need for it. These families have been through enough, and they're going to continue going through this until this trial is over with. And if they prove that Bryan is the person who done it, and there is a conviction, and he goes to prison for life, or even gets the death penalty, that's going to start these the healing process for some of these family members. Mikey S., thank you so much for gifting that membership. That was very nice of you. Thank you. But if it turns out that for whatever reason that they can't prove that this is the person who did this, these families have got to live with that until they figure out who it is that done it, or figure out a way to prove that he is the one who did it.
Right.
So these families, they're going to be going through this for a very long time. Once they bury their child, that it doesn't end there.
No, it doesn't. And I know I keep saying this, but I know some people don't care, but if people would just stop and think, what if it was them? What if it was their family? How would you feel if somebody be talking about your daughter like that?
You know what they would do? If they were in the position of these families right now, and people were on here saying the stuff that they were saying about these families, they would be mad, and they would be up on every social media platform there was, whining and crying and boohoo and being a tit whiner and blah, 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 and all this and that. So they need to think about that. They need to put themselves in these families' shoes and think about, well, what if that was me? Because don't think it can't happen to anybody, because it can.
Yes.
And people need to realize that.
At any time. I mean, it could happen the next 5 minutes to any of us,
Right.
we don't know.
Uh, Big Al, thank you for being a member for 2 months. And he says, please click the thumbs up. 242 people, 155 likes. Have a heart and support the channel. Thank you.
But he's only been a member for 2 months.
Yeah, I've got issues with Google and my freaking credit card.
Oh,
Mine kept
Lord.
getting like removed. Like
They
it was
told me I have
weird.
to take a photocopy of mine and send it to them with my driver's license.
What?
Good grief.
I've never. And they're still
That
charging me for all my other Google services on the same card,
wow.
but I
Yeah, a lot
can't
of people
use it
had
in here.
a lot
Now
of
I
people
keep
have
getting
had issues
kicked
with it.
off. Yeah, I get kicked off and then I have to re-up, and I don't know what's going on with all of that. But wow, that I've never heard of that before, Big Al.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't understand what it is. They charge me for all my other Google stuff on the same card.
That is crazy though. And I don't know, it seems like it started happening to people when YouTube started doing all these updates and changing stuff around and all that. And that's when it seems like it started. So hopefully once they get all the kinks worked out, everybody will go back to normal.
Hey,
Well,
since we're talking,
I was gonna say, I think for me, it was because I was gifting memberships, and
Oh,
it thought it was fraud,
oh,
and then I just said,
that
fine,
could have been it.
I won't give memberships. I'll find another way to support the channel, and I did.
okay. So since we're on this subject, I have a question that I've been wondering just out of my own curiosity.
Okay.
When it comes to memberships and things like that, I mean, I know you can see, like, you can go in as a creator and see who your members are, right?
Yeah.
Is there any way that, like, if you wanted to, not that you would, but is there any way that a creator can, like, kick you off a membership?
Not that I know of. I think it's something that has to be done on the subs end, where
Yeah, they
they
have
would
to
have to cancel the membership. But I don't think it, because like if I go into my studio and I look at my members, the whole list of all the members, if
Right.
I try to click, because I've done that by accident, and it will pop up a box that tells you that you can go to their channel, but there's never been a way that you can cancel their
Unsubscribe
membership,
them.
or you can't do that.
Okay, I just wondered. It's my conspiracy theory brain working.
Now, I do know that if you block them, that might take the membership away. If you
Oh,
block them
okay.
from the channel. But I don't know if
How long would you have to block them?
you could block them
It's a
anytime.
permanent thing.
Yeah.
Once
you
you
can-
block somebody, they're permanently blocked until you
Oh,
unblock them.
okay.
Yeah, you would have to go back into your studio to your block list and unblock them.
But I think that's reserved for like the worst of the worst.
No, I understand, but what I'm asking, so if you go in and you block somebody, say for 5 minutes, and then you go back and unblock them, do you think that might kick them off the membership?
I don't know.
I doubt it.
That I don't know.
Because you
I
paid
think-
for it.
You can get blocked, but it only means you're blocked from live chat. You can still be a member and just not be
Yeah.
able to chat.
Yeah, you can still watch the channel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Gina Marie says I've been blocked 5 times from the same channel.
I've been blocked from a couple myself.
Well, I'll let that go. I just, while we were talking about it, it just brought up some thoughts in my head that I'm really new to all of this. As far as, I mean, I've been watching true crime for years, and I've been, I didn't know it was called lurking, but I would get on and watch this and the other, but I never really participated in chats or anything till, what was it? Kaylee.
I didn't even know there were chats on YouTube until Kaylee.
Now I knew there was, and I
Kylie?
watched some. But
Kylie, yeah. Sorry.
Kylie, I'm sorry.
I was mispronounced her name
Kylie,
too.
Kylie, and so it's really been since then that I've gotten involved in it, so I'm really pretty new to this. And I just see some stuff here and there, and it just kind of brings up, I wonders in my brain. So thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
No, nobody's blocking me, sweetie. Jamie, I'm fine. I don't want to get into it. It's just there's something happened, and I was just wondering if somebody could like just kick you off your membership.
Yeah, I don't think they can just get rid of your membership.
Well, that's good to know.
Well,
I have
YouTube gets a cut of the membership money, and they're not going to refund anybody anything ever. So I'm pretty sure when you buy the membership, you've got it till it expires.
Cool.
well, you could also just kind of throwing this out there too is that so, and I mean, seen this happen recently to a friend. Their YouTube is going through some crazy like monitoring right now that they're
Oh,
even like
that's
demonetizing people for
Yep.
stuff that was created against a different terms and conditions service. And
right.
so I have seen that when I go to like my memberships, it'll say like your membership's been suspended. There's not memberships on this channel anymore. So
Oh wow.
that happened with one of the ones that I've supported. But
That all
Yeah,
started with
I
all
know
this
the same
political
one.
nonsense that started to ruin YouTube.
Yeah.
When politics and government got involved, it just changed everything.
Do you think we're going to end up having to switch like Patreon or something?
I think YouTube will go forever. I think Rumble's coming up, and there's a couple other ones that are coming out.
Well,
I think it comes down to people and how they feel about free speech, and
Right.
I did look into Rumble the other night, the night that I took off. And my main thing, Glowbug, thank you so much for being a member for 4 months. She was like, 4 months already? Time flies when you're having fun.
She's so pretty.
So my main thing was if I was to do lives on Rumble, could I do it through StreamYard? And so I had to go in and Google that because you like on your destinations with StreamYard, it doesn't give you the option of Rumble. It's only YouTube, Twitch, and there's another one. I can't remember what it is, but I did find out that you can live stream with StreamYard on Rumble. You just have to go in and put the code in it, the key, stream key or something like that. But there's a certain but there's a certain way that you have to do it on Rumble. You have to upload a video that are just like a loop or whatever, but it has to be at least 120 seconds long before they will give you your stream key. So I've got to do that and then get it put into StreamYard and then see if it will link it up with my StreamYard. And then I don't know if there's going to be like a delay in that because with YouTube,
there's not.
Like 48. So there's
no
not.
Delay. No.
Okay, because like with YouTube, I had to wait 48 hours.
The lead up thing, that's why a lot of the lives on Rumble, you'll see them go through like a 5-minute countdown before their live starts. And
so I have to do
in a loop.
So I would have to do that before every live stream?
I'm not sure if it's before every live stream or something you just throw in your creator thing.
Okay.
Now, is Rumble like Patreon where you have to absolutely pay to be able to watch
Rumble
it?
is totally free.
No.
Oh, okay.
No, Rumble is totally free. It's getting a lot of use. I will say that. I didn't think it was gonna, but it really is kind of taking off.
Can creators like still make a salary off of it?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah. There's, from what I understand, there's 3 different accounts, and I won't get into it too much because I don't know how YouTube likes if you're talking about other stuff like that.
That's true.
But yeah, just Lady V, if you're thinking about going to it, just read about it or whatever. I'm still going to continue to do YouTube. Like, I mean, that's
right.
I have my people.
It's never bad to have a backup.
Right.
Yeah, I agree.
And as many backups as you can have. If you can use StreamYard to stream to 5 different platforms, why wouldn't you?
Right.
Well,
that's what Joe Hart does.
I was saying, I know a few friends that were looking at moving over to, was it Streamlabs, just so that they could do more multi-platforms.
Mm-hmm.
And that was kind of something we were like kind of chatting about, like with, the type of content. Like, I mean, TikTok blew up because, I mean, people, like, we barely have the attention span of, nothing for the most part, right? Especially like,
Right.
in my opinion, the younger generation. We stay here so long because we enjoy each other, the conversations, and theorizing and discussing stuff. But I think normal content, like absorptions, like just very small amount of time. People normally go to the next thing. And so it was like, how do you kind of like stay relevant and bring people in that might not know, like, you are out here? And it was like, I think you got to mix in a little bit of all the different kinds of content, but then maybe be more available on other platforms. Because I mean, I'm sure you guys like know, like, there's people in your lives that have like never had a Facebook account, or they don't like YouTube, but they're okay with Facebook. I'm just throwing this stuff out here. And I think being able to, like, stream on other platforms as well gives you a little bit more control, like, in that aspect of knowing that if something happens here, you still got people over here that know you're there, and you already have your
Right.
Facebook presence, Scarlett.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's the reason that reels and shorts, reels on Facebook and shorts on YouTube are the hottest thing right now, and Instagram as well. That's the hottest thing. Short, quick videos.
Yeah, and then I think if you like kind of get yourself going too, especially in the shorts areas, you will definitely, and I think most likely, see that you'll have some sponsorships come your way, or people just asking if you'd sponsor with them.
Yeah, I do a lot of shorts on TikTok and Instagram, and I'm starting to do a little bit more on YouTube too. And I can see, like, you get more hits on a lot of them doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just watching something the other day, and they were talking about how reels and shorts were literally taking over
Yeah,
from the marketing perspective and
yeah,
ad
because
revenue. It's reels and shorts that are making money right now.
well, and the funny thing is, a lot of times, even though they might be like 30 seconds, people watch it for like 10, 15 seconds and move on to the next thing.
Do you know how many times a short ends up replaying on my computer when I walk away from it?
Probably a lot.
Because they just
Yeah,
replay.
they just repost and repost
Yeah,
the
they just
same
replay.
thing.
Well, it just replays over and over and over and over again, and I'll walk back into the room and be like, "Oh
Oh, yeah.
shit!"
Oh, no, yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
I've been listening to that joke for an hour and a half and didn't even know it.
Yeah, I've had that happen.
Lady Claymore, you sent something to me on Twitter in a DM. Hold on just a second, y'all. She's saying she sent me her information, but I don't. When did you send it? Are you sure it was sent to me? Because there is another person on Twitter that goes by Scarlett. That's not me.
Okay, I made the Scarlet mistake the other night.
Oh, here she is. Never mind. I got you.
I was DMing the wrong
Lady
one.
Claymore.
One of you all.
Oh yeah, you were sending it to
I was all confused.
Scarlett instead of
I
me.
didn't know whether I was coming or going.
Okay, Lady Claymore, I got it now. I know who you are. Okay, I'm sorry, y'all. Go ahead. I just saw that in chat. Needed to address it. Okay.
No, you're all good. But yeah, that's kind of where it is headed to. I mean, and they're definitely paying out to the influencers to do some of those ads and stuff. So
Oh, for sure.
Right.
I mean, like I said, I'd rather see this channel grow organically and slowly and have the people be what we got.
right.
But it does not hurt you to be in more places.
That is true.
And if people want to chat, you tell them, hey, YouTube chat is the only chat I follow. Turn the chat off on other platforms. or put a permanent message or a pinned message that says, if you want to chat, we're chatting here. And until you can't chat here, then this is where you chat.
Right.
Yeah, I'll have to figure it out how, or I may see if, because like with YouTube, you can also, but if there's certain things that we want to talk about that we can talk about only on Rumble, I'm not going to be able to do it on YouTube. But you can do a live stream on multiple platforms at one time. And there may be times that I do that once I get the Rumble set up. I also need to come up with some stuff to be putting on my other YouTube channel as well. I need more hours, honestly. It's just I don't have enough hours in the day to do everything I need to do.
What do you want
Do
to do with
conspiracy
your
over
channel?
there. What is it connected to this one?
No.
You could do like conspiracy, whatever you want to do then.
Yeah. What are you thinking about?
Well, right now, current events is a minefield on YouTube. Literally. I mean, literally, it is. I mean, whoever ends up in your chat, you're responsible for them. And right now, there's certain things you cannot talk about.
Right. If there's anything like that, I would probably do it on Rumble.
You would have to.
Just because over there you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, self-preservation. I mean, you just YouTube.
Yeah,
keep doing what you're doing. You're within the lines, and nobody's following you, looking to pull you over right now. So just keep doing what you're doing.
Right.
Exactly.
So, but I'll come up with something to do over there. It'll be within the true crime genre. I just don't know. I may put up like the missing kid stuff. Like when what is the guy? Is it Arctic Fox? Is he the one that does it? Where he puts up the videos about missing kids and the Amber Alerts and stuff like that. I may do something like that over there.
Yeah, I think I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
I was an Arctic Fox.
Who is it?
Oh, God.
It is Arctic Fox, isn't it?
Is it?
Arctic Fox does those, yeah.
Yeah.
There was another person that was that was on panel for a while. That was doing Amber.
Oh, you're talking about Bethea?
Yeah.
Yeah, he does it too.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, but it may be something like that, or I just do put that out so I can have just that channel, and then people can go and share it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I haven't seen Bethea in a little bit.
He was in a couple of nights ago, I think. But I don't think he stayed in long. I remember him saying something about he was doing something on his channel. But I haven't seen him since then.
So, but you could do like conspiracies on YouTube, right?
It depends on what the conspiracies are.
Yeah,
I hate to say that, but
yeah. Hey, Stevie, how are you?
Current events are a minefield on YouTube right now. You just can't. There's certain things that you just gotta not have pop up in your chat.
Right.
Like, for like example, Lady V, I know, and I hope it's okay if I say this, girl, but like Melissa Jade has like a personal family connection to 9/11, and she's done like a big series on it, and it could not stay on YouTube, so she's actually moved it over to Patreon. Just so like she has somewhere for it, because she put a lot of work into it, and it's just not a topic that as a blanket they want talked about.
Right. Yeah.
Anything very
political. We have to keep anything political out of chat and off panel. There's just certain things they don't want on here.
Yeah.
And
for the record, that's very hard for Big Al. So if you want to see what I really think, you can see me on Twitter.
Well, he's not in Twitter jail.
Yes, when I'm not in Twitter jail.
When you're not in Twitter jail.
I was about to say, don't you often visit Twitter jail?
Oh, I have 3 accounts that got the death penalty on Twitter.
I have to go over there when he's in Twitter jail there, and I'll be like, "Yo, Big Al, I was just checking. Are you still in there?" And I have to send him snacks and shit.
I meant to thank you. The honey buns were awesome.
I figured you would like those.
Oh, they were good.
Oh my goodness. It's just confusing because it's like, we're so careful what we say here. Other channels just like flat out say things, and it's like, how do they get by with it? And it's like, we have to be careful with conspiracy theories here, but then other channels are like doing all of this stuff, and they like never seem to get a strike. Maybe all of that's going to be changing now. I don't know, but
I don't think it all has to do with just strikes. I think that it's the algorithm. You might you might not get a
Probably.
strike for talking about something. It's more like getting pushed down in the algorithm.
Algorithm. Yeah,
oh,
that
okay.
probably has a lot to do with it too.
Oh,
Hmm.
okay. I
And
see.
it,
That's why
it
I'm like, it's just confusing to me because, like I said, I'm new to the insides of these, so
But like I was saying, there's a couple that I watch. They review music,
I love
and
those, the
I
yeah.
mean,
My
reactionary ones.
yeah,
husband wa
yeah, the reaction
Oh,
to, and they're from a different generation,
Hmm.
uh, different demographics, and they never heard the Eagles. They're playing the Eagles music, and they cut it every 45 seconds. Stop, say a commentary, play it again, stop, play it again, and they give what they think about it. Well, they got hit by uh, YouTube. Well, the wife came back on the other day. She says, "We're not out of there yet. We'll be back soon. We hired a lawyer and won."
wow.
Oh
Well,
wow.
that's good. My husband
And this
watches
lawyer
those
is
all
winning
the
for
time.
everybody because somebody called into her and told her to get this one lawyer. He always whips him. So either they won like, okay, we're gonna let you back on. I'm not saying they had to go to court. They're not settled. But
You're
is
YouTube's.
he breaking up for anybody
I'm
else?
having
Hmm.
trouble hearing you.
Okay, I just want to make sure
Can you
that it
hear me
wasn't.
now? Is that better?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
you're good now.
Gotta keep the booming. Just moved it up a half an inch.
Okay.
But anyway, they
Sometimes that's
hired.
all it takes, Riddler.
Yeah. So they so they hired this lawyer that everybody recommended, and they're supposed to be coming back on. But they have to
Well,
be real
that's good.
careful with those songs because they're only told you can play only these songs. But I would be honored as a
Oh
musician if
yeah.
somebody played my song and made comments about it, especially
Yeah.
when that song was written 40, 50 years ago.
Oh yeah,
Look
definitely.
at all the people that does like the Ron Upchurch
Oh,
reactions.
oh yeah.
Which
Ryan's very liberal with his content.
right, and he never strikes people for it, whether they like it or not. Like and some people are like it, and then there's some artists is like, I don't want my music played on any other channel. And they
Yeah.
kind of
Yeah,
have
My
a
I have
bit
a
of
friend
husband.
that's a musician that is I think he's got like 19 million YouTube hits now,
hmm
My
and he
husband
will
watches
not
those.
let anyone use his shit.
And so
no.
My
far,
husband watches those all the time. My husband is a walking encyclopedia of music. It's just
I,
crazy.
and, and I'll
I'm
add on to that the mixed martial arts, boxing, and wrestling. You see the red juice flow out of their bodies, and they sit there and say all the words that we're told we can't say,
Yeah,
Yep.
and nothing
exactly.
happens to them. And I asked one of my buddies, I said, "Y'all ever get a strike?" He goes, "No." He says, "We were just told not to say certain words, but what are the certain words? Put it in
Well,
writing."
it depends on who you are. They won't put it in writing. That's the problem with the tube.
Yeah, there's different
It's different rules for every creator.
rules for
Honestly.
thee, but not for me.
Yep. Whenever they get to a certain size, it's rules, that are dictated by someone, but they're not in
mhm.
writing really anywhere.
Well, I'm sorry I got you all off on a different subject.
No,
I
you're
just
good.
No, you're fine. Cause I mean, I'm gonna get, like I said, the next day that I have off, I'm gonna get the rest of the Rumble thing set up and try to get it hooked into my StreamYard and all that, because I do want to start over there, because there's just like a lot of stuff, just the hunting stuff that we do. I really can't talk a whole lot about yet
No.
because of stuff that like it's the rules of YouTube. Um, and so over there there should be kind of like a, may not be a
resident.
completely true crime, but just a whatever, talk about whatever type thing where we can just go and hang out and everybody talk about whatever they want to talk about.
Shay, last night we were asking, at least I was, whatever happened to the grand jury in Pennsylvania that was inquiring with BK's mom and dad? Is it closed down now, or are they still going at it?
I don't know. I think.
Yeah, none of us knew either. Like, is it officially over, or how long does this last?
I couldn't find any information on it, whether it was over or open or
It's
somebody
a.
knows.
It's yeah. I mean, it's investigative. I don't think anyone really knows what the subject is. I don't know how they tied in Dana Smithers to that. I still haven't really been able to understand where that came from. It could be for something completely different. We just don't know. But it's kind
And
of it's elusive. I mean, I have no idea.
of course, the police department in that area says we have nothing against BK. We can't find any evidence, right?
I'd have to go look at what their quote is, but I mean, a lot of these investigative grand juries, they'll be sealed. So, regardless, I don't think we're ever going to get the information.
Yeah, that was a police department that said it.
I think that they were getting a lot of media questions and they were just trying to best answer because they were getting overwhelmed. It started with, I think, Bryan Inton saying something on News Nation about it, and they're like, "What?" And then it just, tailspin from there.
Scarlett, do you follow Dylan Round's case?
Not a whole lot. I just know very, very little about it.
I hadn't heard anything on it in quite a while. I was just wondering if there was any news.
Well, there was an arrest made. You know that, right?
There what? Oh,
there was an arrest made?
Yeah. Well, was the Brenner guy?
Yeah, James Brenner.
Yeah, did he get arrested whenever they finally found his phone and there was the video on his phone of the Brenner guy like cleaning the gun and all this and that?
Yes.
Wow.
Okay, so
that
I didn't
came
know.
out with it.
Oh, I'm gonna have to find that because that just drove me crazy. We got sidetracked by other cases, but I pray for his family because that just it hits my mind every once in a while, and I'm just like, how horrible.
They're still trying to find him. His parents will not give up.
I know, it's just terrible.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there's a lot of cases out there that don't get a lot of talk too. I mean, that's kind of where my passion is. Like, I really get into Idaho 4. I really got into Kylie, but there's a lot others as well, that are happening.
Yeah.
They might not be as, I think what makes some of these cases probably more intriguing in this corner, like in YouTube, is that, you're getting more information. So you, in certain, time of where the case is at.
Right.
And, it's more discussion, but for the most part, like, there are a lot of missing people and horrible tragedies that happen that, like, I don't really think you always get this amount of communication around it. It doesn't mean it doesn't need it. It still does, for sure.
Right. And I like to, I like to listen to that. I saw something on YouTube today about it, but I had a client, so I couldn't watch it, but I just got a glimpse of it and it just brought him to my mind.
Yeah. Scarlett, do you find it's really hard when you're like engaged with the case to kind of switch to a different one? Like,
yes.
Yeah.
And it's not that I don't care about, like, and I'll use Dylan for example. It's not that I don't care about him missing or anything like that. It's just super hard to like flip off one case switch and flip on another one, and try to keep up with both of them. It's super hard.
I know. I have trouble quit watching things, that we're on.
Because, I mean, a lot of times it's really easy. Like, if, let's say, the Idaho 4 case, and, we're all into that. And then and let's just say I'm keeping up with the Dylan Rounds case. And you start, especially me, I can read stuff or watch stuff somewhere. I don't remember exactly where I watched it at, whether it's YouTube or
that's how
TikTok or Twitter. And then it's very easy to get the two mixed up. You may have watched something that had to do with Dylan, but when you're talking about Idaho 4, you may mention the thing that you saw about Dylan, and then you're putting out misinformation about the
Exactly.
Idaho 4 case. And so
Right.
that's why usually if I'm heavy into one case, I just stick with that one case. It's a lot easier.
Yeah, it's definitely the way to go. I mean, because yeah, it can get out of control very quickly.
Right. Let's see. Oh wait, James Brenner admitted to it after the video. So he admitted to murdering Dylan. I mean, I remember him getting arrested, and I remember there's something about a video that came out.
Mhm.
But I seen where he did have court a couple of days ago.
Yeah, it's been. I haven't really checked in a little bit on this one because I watched I think they're a local reporter there that's done like a really good job covering this case. I think he did an interview with the family after the arrest. I watched that, and ever since then, it never slipped my mind. But it's kind of like, you have to kind of like let go for due process. I don't know why we can't do that with this one, but like I had to, I feel like you have to do that right now when it comes to several cases like Quentin Simon and, others that are out there. But for this one, we can't let it go.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's another one I wonder about every once in a while. I wonder what's going on with that one.
Now, I did do some stuff on the Henrietta, Oklahoma case. I did cover Scotty Morris, but which that one didn't really last a whole long time. The Scotty one didn't. Gigi, you're welcome, honey.
Did we ever get an update what happened? Like after they found him?
I
He
think
went to his parents?
I want to say that he went. He didn't go home when they found him. He was placed somewhere else, but I haven't heard anything since then.
Yeah, me too. I was wondering what happened with that.
There's been no other updates that I've seen about that case. Let's see. Yes, he did, but he hasn't given up where Dylan is. I think Dylan is in the wash next to the shed. Well, I mean, if he's going to admit to doing it, why not go ahead and give up where he's at so the family can lay him to rest?
Oh, I do. Okay, I do remember that.
Because that's where the attention ends. Once he tells them where they are, then he gets no more attention.
Yeah.
We use it as a bargaining tool for a plea deal.
Yep.
Well, that is true too.
You gotta remember, these are the people that don't care about the family.
Yeah.
At all.
Yeah.
They're quite literally their last thought, unless it's a tool that's a means to their end.
That's true.
Yeah, I have like one of my really good friends. She does do true crime, but she's in the pre-record side of it.
Mm-hmm.
And like we were kind of discussing, because she's been at it for quite some time, like I don't know how she keeps up with like all her cases. And so we were organizing like a spreadsheet for her and like how often she would go in to check on case updates, and you really do have to be organized to try to cover multiple things. And I couldn't imagine like if you're preparing for, a live, like that's a lot more you have to like time to fill, and
I mean, honestly, like I don't have a whole lot of time to spare just looking into the Idaho 4 case and Bryan Kohberger stuff. Like, where do these people like your friend? Where do they have time to look into every single case that they're covering?
You don't, but I think it's just more like you have to like ask yourself like, what are the most important updates?
Right. And Jay, check the back chat real quick. Okay. Oh, snap, Sharon, you're very welcome. And can y'all believe that my chat has stayed on live chat all night? It has not.
Mine has flipped 4 times.
Mine has not moved. I can't believe it.
Wow, that's amazing.
It is. I'm in the habit of always checking it, and I've been keeping up with it. And it hasn't moved tonight. See, I got into Dylan's case. I mean, I tried to get into it when it first happened, and it was just I forgot what I was something else I was into at the time. It might have been Summer Wells. I don't remember. It was just one that I kind of kept up with it a little bit here and there, but it wasn't something that I was heavily into. Let's see.
Hey Shay, have you heard anything about Quentin Simon, like it when they're gonna have their hearings or trials or whatever?
Um, well, I mean, the last I really caught wind of anything that had people wanting to do like an update was when they were I guess they were looking into Leilani's dental records,
Mm-hmm.
and that came out, and people were speculating why, but there has been an update. There is a court date set. Let me pull it up real quick.
And so
I
I
find
know,
it like I'm better whenever like I have my computer in front of me because then I can just like search it as we go, you know?
yeah. I'm sorry I'm asking some of these questions. Like, I was in, just real quick, I was in school from January till April. So there's a lot of stuff I'm trying to catch up on.
No, I get it. There's nothing wrong with you asking. I just want to be able to like properly answer you.
Well, that's why I ask you, because I know you will.
Um, just Ann, have a good night, honey, and I'll see you tomorrow night.
Hold on, scrolling. Did you cover Quentin's Lost?
No, I
Right.
talked about it just a little bit, but it was one of those that it was kind of turning into like the Summer Wells case with a lot of drama behind it, and I didn't want to be involved with all that drama and stuff like
Well,
that.
it definitely did. That was crazy.
And Idaho 4 has started getting like that too.
Yeah, but we're invested in it now.
Right. And that's the only reason why I haven't stopped it is because I'm so invested in it, and everybody who comes in here to listen to it is invested in it.
Yeah.
But so the last update I found was, well, not last, but like something is relevant was Leilani. One second. Well, never mind. That's a clickbait article.
Uh-oh.
Oh, wow.
That's not what I thought.
Surprise, surprise.
Well, guys, I'm going to call it a night so I can say I got out of here before 3.
Okay.
Well, good night, Big
I
Al.
hope
It's
you
nice
guys have a great.
visiting.
All right. Have a good night. Thanks for
Thanks
coming
for
up.
having me up. Thanks to the chat.
You're welcome.
Click that like button on your way out if you haven't clicked it yet. We're down to 200, but we're still a little lopsided.
Yeah, we got 167 likes, it says.
Have a
Good
great
Guys,
night.
come on. We can
All
get
right,
to
you too, Big
200.
Al.
See y'all later.
All
Good
right.
night.
Good night.
So what I have from the latest is this is from Brett Buffington, who did cover Quentin Simon
Yes.
disappearance like very well. So attorneys for Leilani Simon will be back in court. This is April 7th, 2023 in Chatham County next Friday for motions hearing. Simon's attorneys are asking the court to throw out 7 of the 19 charges the mother is facing. So that is one of it. So 4 of the 7 charges are for lying to police. The other 3 are for murder. Simon's attorneys said that Chatham County District's Attorney's Office failed to provide enough information in the 8-page indictment for them to defend the 3 murder charges.
Wow.
So yeah, I just kind of have to like dig a little bit. It's
I think
weird.
I'll
It feels
probably
like
do
stuff
that
gets
tomorrow.
yeah, sometimes stuff just gets a little buried, you know?
It does. It does.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
I'll have to
was
look
it was a
into that
sad
tomorrow.
case. Little Simon's was, but like I said, it was turning into a circus.
Oh, it was major drama circus. Yeah.
Oh, the YouTube circus. Oh my
Yeah,
lord.
and so yeah, Jamie, have a good night. Michelle, have a good night. Oh, never mind, Michelle. I'm sorry, I read your thing. She was telling Big Al good night, and all I seen was good night. Gigi, if you have to go, honey, have a good night as well. But yeah, it was turning into a huge circus, and it was just one that, I mean, I probably could have taken it and put, started on it and put it out and all that, but some cases that you have other channels ruin it
Yeah.
by just the way they act or um, by the misinformation that they put out there. And it would, if I would have started it back when the circus was going on, it would have probably taken me a while to get the correct and accurate information to put out there.
Yeah, it definitely turned into a
Yeah.
three-wing circus.
Oh, okay, Jamie.
Yeah.
My email is flooded with. Oh yeah, I hardly ever check my email. Agape love. That's all it is. It's junk.
Yeah, I have to check mine 2 or 3 times a day.
Well, I mean, if I was like doing something like you, I would have like a specific email
Hmm.
set up for it. But yeah,
Yeah, that's why I have one email is for the mods. If they need to send me anything, I have that one specific email for them, and then I have one for just the subs and stuff like that if they want to send anything to me. And then of
Mm.
course I've got Twitter and all that. They can send messages to me as well. Let's see. Riddler, are you still here with us?
I'm still here.
Okay. I just want to make sure you didn't fall asleep on us.
I won't fall asleep till about 6 o'clock.
Oh yeah, you got to go watch all the people walking their dogs, right? Is that what you said was like your new hobby or whatever?
I went outside the other day just to check the weather and look around. And the next thing I know, I see a gentleman walking a dog by the house, and here comes another one, and then here comes a lady with her little one. This was 4:30 in the morning. We got off of here,
wow.
and I said, "Why would they come out at 4:30 in the morning to walk a dog?" Because normally I would walk a dog like 6 or 7 in the morning,
Right.
but
That's
4:30.
too
But they
These,
early.
have to go.
well, I mean, yeah, they got their own yard, but I guess the dog was either hyper. I'm thinking they figure they'd take him for a walk and they'd get it out of him. I don't know. Maybe they'd have to
Either
leave to
that or
go to
they're
work
night
at
owls
six
too.
o'clock. Well, they might have to leave to go to work at 6 o'clock or something.
That's true.
I don't know.
Let's see. Agape Love said they slept until 3 a.m. Now am up. I wish I could sleep like some people. Like they can just go to sleep and they just sleep for hours and get
I
up and
do
they're
that like
all.
once a week.
Oh my
Yeah,
god! I don't even know what sleep is anymore.
when I finally crash, I crash like big time.
Yeah, I have like insomnia. I'm very hyper, and then I
Yep.
also get FOMO.
My problem is if I finally do go to sleep, then I get woke up and then I can't go back to sleep.
What's FOMO?
Fear of missing out.
What?
Okay.
I had a buddy like that in the Air Force. He would not go to sleep because he was afraid he was going to miss something.
Yeah, that's kind of like me too. But yeah, I'm an insomniac. I've been that way my whole life. I don't know
Okay.
what FOMO is.
Fear of missing out.
Oh, okay.
So, okay, the
Girl,
last
I'm
you
learning
asked
as I go.
so you asked me about the Quentin Simon one, and I mentioned that what they were going to go for the motion hearing. Well, apparently that hearing was rescheduled, and that's been moved to late July. So no new news.
Okay.
So nothing's been thrown out yet.
Well, if they broadcast that one, I'm definitely watching that one. I was pretty invested in it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, me too. That was heartbreaking. The kids are what is hard for me. Like I hit a point that I was gone for like probably a month or two out of YouTube. Everybody was like, "Where are you at? Like, what's going on?" I'm like, I had to take a break. I cannot take these familicides and mommy killers. Like, it's
Yeah,
just like it's depressing after a while.
And a
it
lot
is.
of people, it does get to them. There's been a couple of people in chat that's been like, I had to take a break, uh, just away from true crime itself because
And
of
I
the
think you
stuff that they
have
hear.
to.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I
Yep.
did this weekend. I kind of just needed a breather.
And I mean, that's a lot of times, which, like the other night, I had to take off because of the weather and all that. But a lot of times, I tell Troll, I'm just like, I don't know if I can do it tonight. You know, sometimes I get information overload and just some of the stuff that you hear on YouTube and read and all that, it can get too much, especially if you're into it, like a lot of
Right,
us are.
right.
It you have to give your mind a break from it for a few hours.
Look at all the idiots we've been through. What was it? A next door neighbor, and another guy's got the first screaming and the first
Uh-huh.
sound, and
Oh Lord, that
another
was
guy
false.
another guy making up lies about Dylan.
Yeah. And just hearing all of the misinformation and the stupid stuff like that will wear a person out.
Mm-hmm.
It will. It definitely will.
Well,
And
if
that
you're an inquisitive person and you like go down the rabbit hole hard, like, I mean, I don't need that much sleep. Like, I don't mind taking a little break here and there, but like, you're just so laser focused on it, you know?
Yeah,
Oh yeah, you'll lose complete
exactly.
track of time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
well,
So
not
I'll
only
go
that,
like
you'll mess up your workout schedule. Ask me. When
my
you go,
workout schedule is my
see,
fingers.
I don't live Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I live chest day, arm day, back day, leg day. And, each one of those days. But I get in here and then says, "Oh God, Allie's going to be on in a few minutes. Let me go to hers." After that, Melissa's coming
Yep,
on, and ATS,
exactly.
and
Hmm.
there's a whole line there. And you learn something new from each one of them, and you
Right.
can ask different ones questions. And one of the biggest questions I'll have, I guess everybody else has already asked it, were the bedroom doors locked when the bad guy arrived inside the house? And then after he got through doing his dirty deeds, did he lock the doors back?
Well, we know Xana's wasn't.
What do you mean?
Xana's door wasn't locked because she was laying in the doorway.
Yeah, of course that could be kind of vague too.
Yeah.
Yeah, but from the sounds of it, it wasn't.
Everything's like interpretation at this point. I mean,
Yeah.
I've tried to read that thing from forwards to backwards, backwards to forwards, you know?
Yeah, and there's even now I can go back through it just looking for something else, and I'll come across something and be like, "Damn, I didn't realize that was in here, or it said it that way, or whatever." But
And their wording is very
the
specific.
yeah, the wording to me is off, and just like with the Xana thing, where it says Payne is walking towards the bedroom, notices the bathroom door on the left, and then he can see Xana on the floor. Uh,
Right.
in I'm interpreting that as her being in her bedroom on the floor because it
Exactly.
says also in the room was Ethan, but it doesn't necessarily come out and say Xana was in her bedroom on her floor. Ethan was also in her bedroom on the bed or on the floor or whatever.
Right.
It's just the wording to the whole thing is just off at certain points of it,
Yeah. And
Mm.
I think that's intentional.
for sure.
And then
And
how far did Dylan crack her door open? We don't know.
mm-mm.
Was it all the
No,
way open, halfway open, or hairline crack?
they don't say if she was, door wide open and she was standing completely in the doorway, or did she have her head stuck out the door? Was the door cracked? Like they don't, they're specific on certain things, like the one footprint in front of her door to corroborate her story, but they don't say, okay, well, Dylan's door was cracked just a little bit, and that's when she seen the guy walking towards her.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if her door was cracked just a little bit, that means she was thinking something was wrong because she didn't open her door all the way, to me, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Because you wouldn't just crack it open for if you thought they were playing with the dogs or whatever. But I don't know. Those poor girls, my heart goes out to the survivors too. They're just as much victims as anybody else.
Right. Jamie says, I think it was cracked open and she was peeking out. That's what I'm thinking too. I think she
Me
just might have,
too.
because he didn't see her. Well, let me take that back. And don't say in the PCA that he didn't see her. I think that she had it cracked, and this is only my opinion. Boomer girl, have a wonderful night. I think she had it cracked, and that's when she seen him walking past her, but he didn't see her. And that's possibly why nothing happened to her.
That's what I think too. And I mean, you also have to take in account the visual snow that he deals with.
Yeah.
You know,
If
that
that
that could have
is,
also.
I'm I'm wondering though if how true the whole visual snow is, because if I'm not mistaken, didn't he self-diagnose himself with that? I don't think he ever
It,
went to a
it
doctor and got
could be.
an actual diagnosis.
Well, I don't know if this would count, but whenever he was booked and all of that, he didn't put any health issues down as far as I'm aware. Are you?
I'm not. Shay, how about you?
Um, I can't even remember where that all started from now. It's like starting to blend.
Yeah.
The
Sorry.
you're talking about the visual snow stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That came from Tappa Talk, where he had posted some comments or whatever on there and was talking about him having visual snow, and that was a reason why he was turning vegan to help, that it was supposed to help with it or whatever.
Right.
Uh, and I don't have those screenshots anymore either.
I know we
But
won't get
it's
to hear it, but I can't wait to hear his alibi.
I'm wondering if if he's going to provide an alibi as a defense. I'm wondering what it is.
Yeah.
I can provide him one, but he had to pay me about what he's paying in.
Protected. Yeah, I think he was 15, 15 or 16 when he did those Tappa Talk comments.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know I don't know if he like has any impairments or not, but I think that just to me, we know that one person was definitely awake in the affidavit, and that was Dylan. And we assume there was also Xana because her TikTok
Mm-hmm.
data. So, I mean,
Well,
Xana's not far from Dylan's room,
No.
and
true.
I know I feel like she heard screams and whatnot. I think the problem here, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful, like I'm not in that position, but and nor would I ever want to be really feel bad for the survivors too in this, but I really feel like maybe she had been scared to come forward with information that she couldn't quite put together the pieces, like still kind of in a bit of a shock.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But also that, like, if you delay a, a response to a first responder when needed help, you can also be charged with a crime. And
Oh.
so, I'm wondering if, like, was she nervous thinking, like, why didn't I tell them? Or maybe I don't understand this. Will I get in trouble too? Like, so that's kind of one of the things I was like holding on to. Like, they're wanting to better understand what Bethany's
Right.
statement is, because she is not listed in the PCA as seeing the suspect. So
Right.
that's kind of what I'm wondering, if they felt like, well, did Dylan's story develop more along the way? Maybe maybe it needed to. Maybe she needed to have some help and talk with a psychiatrist and kind of work through that. I don't
Right.
know. Like,
Yeah.
that's not my area, but that's the only thing I was kind of thinking of, like, when we look at what changed and how could you get more identifiers. So what if, like, Dylan is working through some trauma counseling and is able to see visually better, like, what happened that night, communicate that, and it just so happens that they're checking all the list of the Wida launcher here, the coordinates here, and now having an identifier of these burly eyebrows, like, that makes this person seem even more plausible,
Mm-hmm.
and that's what I was kind of like leaning towards, like, is there's got to be a part of this where, like, Dylan's the identifier and maybe Bethany really isn't at all, and that's why they feel like she has a sculptory evidence, like, stating, like, shit, I don't know. I don't even know what she would have or not have.
Hey, I made it through the 306, Scarlett.
Oh, well, a minute ago when you were talking, I heard you break up just like for a split second. But other than that, when you talked, it's been perfectly clear.
Can you imagine how hard it's going to be for Dylan and Bethany to return back to the scene of the crime?
Oh my goodness.
Oh, well.
Well, why would they have to?
Because they're going to have to come back to court.
That's not the scene of the crime.
Well, you're coming back in the same hometown, and
Yeah.
you're going. And I don't know. She probably won't see everything that's going to be put on the screens there. She's probably going to walk into her witness and then leave. But my goodness,
I'm not so sure that I would want anything out of the room where I was staying when that happened, because every time you look at it, you're going to think about it. And you're going to be thinking about it enough without that.
I mean, people would think it's got bad juju.
Yeah.
Is it thundering where one of y'all are at?
Nope.
I was muted.
Okay, I thought I heard thunder in one of y'all's backgrounds.
And I'm not filing my nails, Riddler.
No, this sounded like legit thunder. I could barely hear it.
I live south of an airport, and I usually like to sit outside when I do lives because I'm just a nature person. So sometimes, like, you might hear it on mine, and I'll, like, mute it.
Oh,
if I
okay.
can.
No, it wasn't that loud. It just sounded like it was thunder just in one of y'all's backgrounds or whatever, but it wasn't even super loud. But
yeah,
no,
it did here last night. I know Shay was getting some too.
That's a busy airport. That's a busy airport by Shay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fun to go, like, to the north side of it. They have, like, a area where you can, like, park and watch the planes come in, and we used to, like, take blankets out there and, like, lay on the hill and watch them fly right over you.
Oh, that'd be cool.
It's fun.
I've done that before. You know what I really miss? So my husband is Dutch, and his family goes over to Holland. People go over to Holland. And so we would all go to the airport, and we would all go up there to the hangar that they were supposed to be in and send them off, tell them goodbye. And then when they came back, we were all waiting for them, all excited. And I really miss that kind of stuff.
Tell you what, I miss we call it the sound of freedom, hearing those fighter jets taking off. And at nighttime, when they take off, they're in afterburner. You can see that long blue flame and the red and the yellow with
That's like the best part of it.
Yeah, and you hear it go boom, boom, like that. And when they're going, and we call it the sound of freedom.
That's a cool name.
Well, you'd be surprised how many times we had to do flyovers at funerals or somewheres, and people complain about the noise.
You okay?
You okay, Lady V?
Oh, wait, she's still muted. Maybe she'll come back in just a second. I hope she's okay.
Yeah, I
Oh
hope she
my
just went to
goodness,
get
I'm so
water.
sorry.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, you're
Next,
good.
next time, blink 3 times so we know you're all right.
Yeah, it's embarrassing. So I'm gonna mute.
No, you're good. Let's see. Sister must take notes. Brian. I'm wondering if his sister that's in the medical field, if she's thinking to herself, like, what did I miss? And thinking back just, you know, from the past on was there something that she should have called or and she didn't. Let's see.
I'm back. Sorry.
Okay.
Ooh. No, I was listening to you. Yeah, that would be. I wonder what everybody's going through, you know?
Right.
But I'm an empath and I definitely feel for people. And I'm curious.
I mean, because he, if he is the person who did this, did he think about what it was going to do to his family? If he's murdering someone, more than likely he doesn't care the impact that it's going to have on those people's family. But I wonder if he thought about his own and, what they're
Nah,
going to
got
go through.
people like that only think about themselves. They're stingy.
Yeah. And I
They,
think
they
he's
don't have
very
they don't have
egotistical.
compassion. They don't have compassion for humanity. They don't wake up every morning and say, "I'm a better person and a friend and neighbor today
Right.
than I was yesterday." They don't do that. Nah.
I'm curious to know though if his sisters really if they both lost their job because of being connected to him. Because honestly, the sisters didn't do or didn't cause him to do it. It's not their fault what he did. It's not their fault that this is their brother. And if they really did lose their job over that, that is a shame and should not have happened. But I wonder if that is true or not.
If what is true or not. Sorry.
If Brian's sisters both lost their job because they're his sisters, they're affiliated with him because
Mm.
that's been put out that they both lost their job because of Brian being their brother and them being connected to him. I don't
Or
see legally how that can be possible, but if it is true, it's a shame, honestly.
or what if they decided to leave their job, move closer to their parents and help be there for them during this hard time, their family? I mean,
Right.
what family do you think really
I mean, I could
believes that
see.
their child or their brother did this? Like, unless there is really some proof in the pudding. Like,
Right.
I mean, they're gonna stand by him. That's natural, and they should, because he's
Oh, for
innocent
sure.
until proven guilty.
For sure. But I'm just wondering if it's true though, because it's been put out there, that they both lost their jobs because of them being connected to him. Legally, I don't think that's. I mean, there's people it happens to people all the time, but I don't think it's legal. But if it did happen, it shouldn't have happened because, like I said, they can't help what he done. If he did do this,
Exactly.
and it's not their fault. If they left their job, like you're saying, I could understand that.
Hmm.
But if it's being put out there though that they both lost their job because of him, and if that happened, that is just not right.
Well, and where I think I was gonna go with that, Scarlett, was it shouldn't have to get to the point where they would have to lose their job. Like, seriously, like it's so silly that, like, you'd have to have people calling up there. Like, why?
Hmm.
I just, I don't know. Some people just, they don't surprise me nowadays.
I mean, they don't have nothing better to do. They have all the time during the day to do whatever they want to do, and they just want to make people miserable and unhappy.
It's really sad.
Yep.
Now, BK, he's what you would call a professional student. Excuse me, professional student, right? I mean, he's always been in college.
Yeah, he
Is that right?
started college later because he had some addiction issues and he was going for his doctorate, which does take time. He was in what his early or mid 20s. Like 26 or 7.
He was 27 when the murders happened, and then turned 28 November the 21st.
So he's got 6 years we know of college.
Yeah, he went to Northampton Community College, I believe was the name of it. Then went to DeSales University, graduated from there, and then on to Washington State University.
And I don't think we know when he entered into college. I mean, hey, I
No.
took a long time. I didn't get my degree until I was 26 because I just wanted to change my major quite a bit and party. But I did it for me. I didn't need it by the time. Like, I already had a career going, but I wanted it for me.
Right.
So I don't try to, like, kind of judge it or that. You know what I mean?
I would say he probably, let's see, he would have been in DeSales, what, 4 years? I'm trying to think, and he graduated from there in May of 2022. Oh, shit. When did he graduate from the community college? Where's my other notebook at? I know it's in one of my notebooks. I'll have to find it, but I'm pretty sure high school or right out of high school into the community college, I think is when he had the drug issues.
Mm-hmm.
And he had to go, to rehab and stuff like that. So that probably put him behind some too. And then, but he did graduate from both of them. And I mean, if he's the one that did this, like he would have had a good career ahead of him if he could have finished his PhD program.
I kind of wonder if he seems like he really liked learning. I kind of wonder, you have like, I don't know, they used to call them professional students,
Mhm.
I kind of wonder if he would have just kind of kept going for a while before he actually got a job. I mean, his interest seems so varied, as far as it wasn't just one lane of criminology he was going in. He was kind of expanding out some.
Right. And there's some people that just like going to school.
Exactly.
They like you said, the learning part of it, but they just like the school part of it, whether it's high school, college. There's probably some people that will just go to college just to keep being able to go and
Right.
get more degrees and
Exactly.
and all
That's
this and that.
exactly what I mean.
And he could have been like that. I don't know. Maybe that was his thing with school.
I think that was, but I was saying, like, I think that would have been to be determined later on down the road. I felt like,
Yeah.
given what we know about his past and his addictions, going into a PhD program at 26 isn't bad or unheard of. Like, I still think that's on track.
Oh no,
Right.
I didn't mean that at all. I just wonder if he just seemed like to me, he just seemed like he really loved that part of learning.
Yeah.
Well, what was his aspirations? Like, was he wanting to be like a professor in criminology? Like, I don't know if we've ever really heard.
The only thing really that I've ever heard was he wanted to be a police officer.
Right.
But that's been said by multiple people. I don't think I have read that from something that he's put out,
Mm-hmm.
Saying that he wants to be a police officer.
But we do have enough evidence, when he applied and when he was in school, before he lost all the weight in that. So, I mean,
Yeah.
seems pretty.
Well, he did tell, but that was the internship for Pullman Police Department, that he wanted to help a rural police department learn how to do whatever it was. But other than that, I've never heard it from his own words, whether it's out of his mouth or something that he's written, that's what he wanted to do.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it would be interesting to know.
Yeah.
I mean, I always thought it was like a how to get away with murder kind of thing that went wrong if he really is the person, because he seems very meticulous.
Yeah.
From what we know. So if he really is the person, then I would think that He just made a really bad slip up and didn't think this was going to happen.
Right.
Yeah.
Or
And
thought he could outsmart the law.
That's, in my opinion, that's what I think. I think he thought he could outsmart him.
because I've always wondered if maybe there was a reason why he took the criminal justice and the criminology programs. Was
Mm-hmm.
it something that him doing this to someone, did he have that itch to do it, but at the same time he needed to learn every way he possibly could to do it and get away with it? And
Right.
that was the reason. Hey Jeremy, how are you? That was the reason for taking all these classes and going to the sales and taking classes under Catherine Ramsland and learning about BTK and getting into a PhD program that he could learn more. And it's
Right.
a more advanced type of program with a very high college degree. And then, you know, could he also be copycatting BTK because, you know, they were taking classes like that? So I wonder if it was some of those steps that he was taking, but also trying to copycat
Yeah. Yeah. I
others as
totally
well.
agree with. Gigi wanted to ask you a question.
Anthony touches on my leg and wanted to ask Lost that question. I hope Lost sees it. Gigi, hold on, honey. Let me find your question. Okay, so did BK live close to their house? I thought I learned that and seeing if I need to unlearn that. Gigi, BK lived 9 miles from the girl's house. And that may not be exact, but where Washington State University, where Bryan was living at, was 9 miles from the University of Idaho campus or Moscow. So Bryan is guilty, in my opinion, because of all the mistakes made. He didn't intend to commit. Crazy, but I remember something about him applying to Moscow. I don't remember hearing about him applying to Moscow PD, but he did apply to Pullman PD. Wait, was it Pullman or was it WSU Police Department?
I,
Lord, now I'm second guessing myself. I want to say it was Pullman.
I think
He was-
that's what
Okay.
I remember
he was-
too.
He was rejected there too, wasn't he?
Okay.
We don't know.
Chief Gary Jenkins was the guy's name, right?
Oh yeah, have you guys talked about that connection with Margaret Atwood and the Handmaid's Tale thing?
I just seen where he went to the book reading of The Handmaid's Tale, and I know that there is a series on, I think it's Netflix, called The
Yeah.
Handmaid's Tale.
I've watched it. Yeah.
I've never watched it. Honestly, I didn't even know what it was about.
It's
Yeah.
very totalitarian
I've heard I've heard it's
and very women are just treated like breeding
trash.
machines for the rich. And yeah, it's yeah. And I looked in the picture whenever he was sitting there front row center, and I was trying to see kind of how many guys were in there. I think there was only like 4 or 5 guys in there, but they were kind of toward the middle in the back. And yeah, I just think that's a very interesting.
I just think it was like a class thing and they took a photo.
Was it something that they had? Was it like an assignment that they had to go to this book reading?
No, she was speaking there as a guest speaker.
Okay.
But they could have been asked as a class to go.
Yes, they could have
Right. Well, okay, so if y'all remember in the warrant return from Pennsylvania, there was a book and there was it something
Are you reading my
underlined?
Vide? Because I have that open right now.
What?
The Pennsylvania warrant.
Oh, well, no, I was going to say, if you remember on there, there is the book with page, I think it was something underlined on page 118. Is that what it says?
Hold on.
I have to go to it.
That is so funny that you said that because I literally was like scrolling through it.
Well, somebody had posted on Twitter about The Handmaid's Tale on page 118, and there was a section that they had underlined in there, and it was very graphic what was said on that page. And so some people were wondering if maybe that was what he had underlined, and that was the book that he had that they were referring to.
Wow, that would.
Let me see. I want to say that that's what it said on that warrant return, though. Page 118, chapter 5 is what I heard. Yeah, I don't know what chapter it was, Glowbug. I just remember page 118 and something about it being, where the hell did Bryan Kohberger's thing go?
Yes, protected. Yeah, definitely.
Did they take it off the Pennsylvania site? Oh, no, here it is. Okay.
It's got its own little special area now.
Yeah, it was in a separate area, and then they moved it.
Yeah, I had my little bookmark set to it, and I was like, where'd it go?
Yep, I've got mine set in a bookmark. Let me see if I can find it.
So basically, they would hold these women down to procreate
Oh,
against
well.
their will.
The Pennsylvania, but the warrant you're talking about is issued out of Pennsylvania. Is it going to be on the Idaho docket, or would you have to go to Pennsylvania's?
No, I've got it right here.
Okay.
The one that I'm talking about.
I
It's
trust you.
number 2, book with underlining on page 118. And somebody had posted on Twitter page 118 of the Handmaid's Tales book. And there was a section in there that they had pointed out, and they kind of underlined it and was like, I wonder if this was the book with the underlining on page 118. And it was very graphic what it said on page 118
It
of
very
that book.
well might be.
And that was like right after the picture was taken of him at the book reading. And so I've heard some people now speculate about The Handmaid's Tale. Then I've heard people talk about, what was the guy, Elliot Rogers, in his manifesto. Could it have been from that? There's another book that I heard, a possible page 118, but I forgot what that book is. So there's been a lot of different theories as far as what book it is and what page 118 possibly says.
Well, let's see what they're saying about it. I'm going to look.
Alexa doesn't know the answer to 118.
Oh, Alexa is no good for you. Told you this. Scary.
I love Alexa. I argue with her all day long.
Oh, have you ever saw the Angry Grandma YouTube channel?
No.
No.
It's the older lady with her grandson, and she's always fussing. She's hilarious though, but she's always fussing and cussing her grandson out and all this and that. Well, she got an Alexa, and she was showing it to her grandson while he started playing pranks on her with it. So if y'all haven't seen it, it's called The Angry Grandma. It's hilarious.
Is it on YouTube?
Yeah, it's on YouTube.
Okay, so my kids, I had like not wanted anything like this in my house. But then, they're like, Mom, your phone hears everything. I'm like, okay. So they bought this for us for Christmas so my grandbabies from Virginia could get on here and talk to us without tying up the mom and dad's phone.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was really good. You get a video chat and everything. It was really cool. So I bought my aunt one, and she's got parrots. And I told her that when she's not using it, she's going to have to turn it off, because I saw a clip where this bird somehow triggered, who, and kept saying, strawberries, and like actually ordered online strawberries.
Oh wow.
They got a bill for strawberries. I was like, oh my goodness, that's bad.
Oh my gosh.
Let me see. I can't find it on Twitter. I'm gonna see if I can Google it.
Now
I
have very,
Googled it too, but it kept pulling up the search for it.
I have a very curious mind about. It's like, where did this word come from? What did that? So I'm like constantly asking her questions, and when she doesn't behave, it's like Nightbot. I'm like, bad girl.
It would be my luck. I would say a trigger word that would start her to recording or whatever. And yeah, I don't want nothing in my house that's gonna. And now Tonka's got me worried about my phone. Tonka was talking earlier in the chat. There's like certain trigger words that you can say that'll cause your phone to start recording you.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, there's no getting away from it. I mean, your TV listens to you. Everything listens to you nowadays. There's just no getting away from it. So I'm like, okay, I'm just going to embrace it.
Oh my god, where is quotes with page numbers? It will not give me. I just want to see what is on page 118.
Does anybody have the book?
And I'm not buying this book just to get the page of what it says.
No
If I can't
way.
find it, I'll find it on Twitter. But it's very. I almost kind of don't want to even read what it says.
It's a very
It's
like bad.
very yeah, it's disgusting.
It's just it's extremely disturbing.
Right. So if anybody wants to look it up and find it, and find page 118. But yeah, it's. I'm trying to. I know the person that has it. I just gotta find the person on Twitter.
The book is very degrading to women. Is that what I'm thinking?
Yes.
Yeah.
From what I understand, yes.
So what
Comes out of that cult where women. It's almost like the Taliban. They got to keep their face covered. They have
No.
express their opinions.
No.
No, it's
They're
not
put in
like
a
that.
different society. Okay.
It's more on the sexual side.
Okay, so it's like it's reached a point in the world that not all women can procreate and have children. So the women that can, they actually put them into basically SLAVERY, and they have to like say the one that's the leading one, her name's Offred, because the guy's name is Fred and off means of. So
Fred. Yeah.
Fred, meaning she belongs to him. And so then they like hold them and force them to lay there until they get pregnant.
Okay.
For the rich class.
It's a dystopia, a very bad one.
A very disturbing show.
I couldn't handle it personally. I can't stomach that stuff.
Yeah, I'm not gonna read what it says on here.
Yeah, it's bad.
It's just on this one paragraph. It's really bad. I'm not gonna read it. But if y'all want to find the book or Google it or whatever, and just go to 118, it's a paragraph about midway down. on the page or whatever, and y'all will see what I'm talking about.
Okay.
It's very Summer. If you saw it, you know it's very disgusting, and so I'm not gonna read it.
So what
I don't
happens to the
even
women
like
that can't have children?
for the rich and
Yeah, but
ruling.
what about the ones that can't have children? What happens to them?
You know, I
I
don't
didn't
know.
watch the show, so I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't either.
I have no idea, to be
I
honest with you. That's not what they focused on.
I never watched it either. I see it all the time going through. Like I said, I believe it's on Netflix, and I've seen it on there, and I just never had an interest to watch it, but really never knew why either until this all came out not long ago, and I was like, okay, well, that's the reason why I didn't watch it.
The only reason that I caught parts of it was because my heart daughter was living here at the time and she was watching it. So I caught, pieces of it. And it was like,
Mm.
oh, yeah, totalitarian, just like of every little thing they do. It's just horrible. It's very
Okay,
degrading.
Jamie says it's on Hulu. Okay, so that's where I've seen it at. But yeah, I would always see it, and just I never understood why I wouldn't watch it. Now I get why. It just, but I'm glad I didn't start watching it.
Yeah, you would not have liked it.
Yeah,
And Shay, you wouldn't have been able to handle it.
it's very just that one paragraph is very graphic,
Hmm.
and very disgusting, and I'm just not into stuff like that.
Right.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to get out of here for the night.
Yeah, me too. I am just down a different rabbit hole. Like, no, I'm with you guys. Don't
You
think that.
sound
I'm
like
just,
you are.
Just
well,
always come up for air and a drink of water.
and I hit the point where like I probably should have went to bed earlier, and then I had another time relief on my ADHD medicine, so I'm like hyper focused.
Uh,
Yeah, I got my third win. I should probably have gone sometime today.
I still got to go take a shower and go to bed. And
Oh,
it's like 3:40 here in the morning.
well, thank you for having us. I'm gonna jump down so you can say your goodbyes.
Okay, well, thank you for coming up.
Thank
And
you. Good
It's been a
night.
Hi,
pleasure.
Shay. I'll miss you.
Bye. I miss you
Oh,
too. So sweet. Bye, guys.
all
good
right. Have a
night,
good
River.
night.
Good night, Shay. Good night. I'm going to go ahead and jump down to Scarlett. And
Okay.
thank you again for having me up. I always enjoy it.
Oh, you're welcome. And we missed you last night, but we're glad that you were able to join us tonight.
I am too. I missed you guys. All right. I'll see you guys later.
All
Good
right.
night.
Have a good night.
And Scarlett, it was wonderful to be on here with three beautiful and intelligent ladies.
Well,
So
thank you.
thank you so much for having me up, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow night.
Okay. Well, thanks for coming up. You have a good night.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Harsh Reality, you have a good afternoon as well. Shay, you have a good night as well. So, yeah, I'm about to get out of here. It's almost 4 o'clock in the morning. I need to go to bed. But thank you all for coming and hanging out with me, and all the panel guests coming up. And it was another good panel discussion and a good chat discussion. Thank you to all the ones who gifted the memberships. That was very nice of all of you. I appreciate it. It is 9:39 bright and early. Yeah, at Harsh, where I'm at in Louisiana, it is almost 4 o'clock in the morning. But thanks for coming and hanging out with us for a little while, Harsh. So I love all of y'all. For those who are getting the storms and everything, y'all please be safe. I know it's supposed to storm here tomorrow some as well. But I love y'all. I hope y'all have a wonderful morning, night, afternoon, wherever you may be. And I will talk to y'all tomorrow.